advance. I'm presiding at this time as myself, Seth Damon, Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and get a roll call, and then we can move on from there. I'll ask for an invocation.
Good morning, everyone. Beginning with Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Helga Kealan's present.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay is present in the chambers. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not answer roll call. Honorable Amber Canes Bacrati. Honorable Amber Canes Bacrati. Honorable Amber Canes Bacrati did not answer roll call. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon is present. Honorable Herman Daniels.
Good morning.
Honorable Herman,
Present.
Honorable Herman Daniels answered roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I'm present. Good morning.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Hello, Mr.
Honor-
President. Good morning.
Honorable Pernell Halona answered roll call. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Good morning. I'm present.
Honorable Jamie Henio answered roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not answer roll call. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Rick Nez answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not answer roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not answer roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Edison Juanica is present. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not answer roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair is present this morning. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair answered roll call. Going back up. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton is present.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton answered roll call. Honorable Amber Canez Bacrati. Honorable Amber Canez Bacrati. Honorable Amber Canez Bacrati did not answer roll call. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James present.
Honorable Vince James answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not answer roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not answer roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. is excused. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not answer roll call. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 13 delegates, including yourself, who are present for today's work session. 13.
Thank you very much, colleagues. We have 13 members present this morning. With that, Honorable Freeland, do you mind doing an invocation for us this morning?
Speaker, good morning, colleagues and staff. It would be my honor, Speaker.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Aroshananta, staff and everyone on this call, good morning. And to all our listeners out there, Yat E Bene. And everyone has their own way of prayer and acknowledgement and just kind of reflection as well. So each day we're given new opportunities when we open our eyes from sleep, and we're always thankful for the new awakening and reawakening and the new day that we're given and new opportunities. So we're always grateful for that. Our Heavenly Father, our gracious God, our Creator, our Redeemer, our Savior, most merciful one, Father, we thank you for bringing us together once more this most important time, Father. We give you the gratitude and appreciation, and we give you the glory each and every day we come together and we come to this setting to do the work, to do your work, Father, on behalf of our people. We're thankful for the blessings you bestow upon us, our families, our livelihoods, everything that you bless us each and every day with, Father. We're very thankful. Continue to bless each and every one of us and our families during this time of COVID, battling COVID, this time of uncertainty, as well as we are battling another ailment of monkeypox. Protect each and every one of us at this time as well, Father. Father, we ask you to bless each and every one of our leadership, our President Jonathan Nez, our Vice President Myron Lizer, our Speaker Seth Damon, all the members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, our Chief Justice Joanne Jane, the Associate Justice of the Navajo Nation Supreme Court, all those who serve in leadership as well as our local leadership, our chapter officials, all those who make decisions on behalf of our people, Father. Give them the blessings today as well. We also ask you to bless and protect all of our frontline workers, our Navajo Nation EMS, our Navajo Nation Fire, and Navajo Nation police officers, as well as they go into unknown circumstances at times, Father. Protect them. Give them the guidance and the protection as well. Father, we ask you to bless all of our Navajo people as well at this time. All those who are with us in this sacred land, or without those who are even in the urban settings as well, Father. As they work to provide for their families, each and every one of us as well. We pray for all of All of our children right now, our future leaders of tomorrow, bless and protect them. All of our elders right now, those who are feeling lonely and maybe have a little bit of despair and sadness, Father, give them hope, give them happiness and a smile today, Father. All of our veterans right now who are battling ailments, whether physical or mental, Father, help heal them and guide them, give them hope as well. All of our people right now, Father, wherever may be at throughout this land, guide and protect them as well. Father, we ask you for the continual blessings, as well as we ask you for the courage, the wisdom, the strength, and the knowledge each and every day, as we are so thankful for these renewed opportunities you bestow upon us as well, Father. Continue to bless all of our lands, even the rain that you give us, the precipitation that you give us, Father. We're so thankful for that, as we know the earth has been dry and thirsty, and we continue to give you those offerings and blessings as well. We also are thankful for all the continued life that are surrounded around us, Father, the animals and all the wildlife and abundance of life, Father. We're so thankful for that. And we continue to pray for everyone, each and every day, Father. Through your glory and through your Son, Jesus Christ, we will continue to say this by way of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much for that wonderful invocation this morning, Honorable Freeland. That, colleagues, before we move on down. Oh, okay, great. We're recording now. Before we move on down to recognizing guests and visiting officials, colleagues, again, I am requestfully asking to see if a member of the Naabik'íyáti committee could preside over as pro tem chair today, due to the fact that I am meeting with my chapters, and I know all of us have dedicated their time to meet with their chapters on the ARPA legislation, and unfortunately, Mr. Platero crossed lines, and today was the only day for me to sit down with my chapters, so they're starting right now. And I would like to meet with them. And this afternoon, I do have meeting with the governor too as well. So I'm respectfully requesting to see if somebody could chair the meeting today, colleagues. If not, I'll run the meeting, but if I'm on the road from here to Gallup, I'll be in and out. When I get to the meeting, I probably will not be able to. I'll turn the floor over to Keon Begay, and Honorable Keon Begay can guide from that point and run the work session because there will be no action items. Honorable Keon Begay, I'll turn the floor over to you after we go to recognizing guests and visiting officials. This time, colleagues, any recognitions of guests or visiting officials? Not. Went twice. Went 3 times. That, colleagues, I'm going down to work session topics. Introduction and purpose of the work session. Colleagues, if you remember there at the, was it the summer session, right? At the summer session, we had legislation both 0021-22 and both legislation 0024-22. Both of these legislations were sponsored by Honorable Keon Begay, and there was a request by, on 0021-22, there was a motion by Honorable Jimmy L. Hare, second by Honorable Halona, with a vote of 13 in favor, 9 opposed, to have a work session held within 30 days to hear from the Navajo Veterans Administration and the Veterans Advisory Council, and possibly any CBOs for their input on this legislation. On to the next legislation after that, legislation 0024-22. It's an action again that was taken to table this legislation for no more than 30 days by Honorable Herman Daniel, second by Honorable Vice Chair Walker, with a vote 11 in favor, 8 opposed. And colleagues, these legislations are here within the 30 days of the Navajo Nation Council summer session. So this is abiding by the directive, what Navajo Nation Council did vote on. So what I'm going to do at this time is Honorable Keelan McGay has sent out a PowerPoint. That PowerPoint is sent over, and hopefully that PowerPoint reached everyone. Seems like Honorable Keelan McGay sent it out to the whole council and also all the executive offices. And then also, I do believe Jalissa here at the chambers will be viewing that live on streaming live. So again, colleagues, I'm going to turn over to Honorable Keelan McGay at this time. And then after that, if I'm not on, I give authorization to go over to the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration, and then from there give authorization to go to the Veterans Advisory Council. From that point, when those three are done with their presentation, then if there's any questions or comments, can come back to that. So with that, without further ado, Honorable Keelan McGay, floor is yours, Che.
Mr. Chair, this is before we proceed, question.
Yes, Honorable Daniels, before we proceed.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Speaker, Delegate Freeland, my brother, thank you for the wonderful prayer. During the summer session, these two legislations were referred back to Naabik'íyáti for a work session. But at that time, to have all the agency veterans, commanders, so I didn't see any email invites to the agency veterans organization commanders, vice commanders. I don't know if agency commanders are on the line. So Mr. Chair, thank you.
Well, thank you very much. In the directive that I'm looking at right now, it just is asking for the Veterans Administration and Veterans Advisory Council. Honorable Daniels, and the Veterans Advisory Council is advisory council that the commanders have elected those individuals from each agency to represent them and voice their concerns. So that's the reason why they were invited here. If we are going to invite the entire Navajo Nation veterans commanders, that was not I do not believe that instruction was sent out, and I do not believe all veterans agency commanders are on the line. They might be, agency commanders might be on the line, but at this time, I just know that it went out to the administration and to the advisory council. Honorable Daniels. So at least you can hear from them today. Honorable Daniels.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thank you very much. I remember that when I made that motion, to invite the agency veterans, commanders and vice commanders, and the location was going to during the director of Islanda, when I made that motion, that the location Twin Arrows being the Aro Islanda. So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. I will work together with staff, if you could start reaching out to the Veterans Administration and ask them to see if we could get the numbers or input or to all the Veterans Agency commanders. There should be 5 of them. Those agency commanders. Chief of Staff, I know you're on the line. If you could reach out to staff in the Speaker's office and see if we can get the 5 agency commanders on the line. So Honorable Daniels on here under where it says presenters, I'll put Navajo Nation after it says Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council. I'm going to put Navajo Nation Agency Commanders.
Mr. Chair, Abiga, thank you.
Okay. But again, hopefully we can get all of them in time.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles.
Is that,
Newman.
if Chief of Staff, did you hear that? About getting agency commanders?
Yes, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair Charles Newton, good morning. What did you have?
Good morning, Speaker. So based on what Delegate Daniels has stated, so are we going to have a meeting today and then have another meeting where the information from today is going to be shared with the Veterans Agency commanders for each of the chapters? How are we going to do this? It just seems like it would just be, it wouldn't be efficient if we had a meeting today and then we had to have the same meeting, I guess, with all of the veterans. So I guess I'm just a little bit curious how we're going to do the meeting today. Thank you, Speaker.
Well, Madam Chair Charles Newton, the request was to have a veteran or the Navajo Nation Council at this time referred this back to the Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti Committee. At the Naabik'íyáti Committee, this work session is in place now. Now here, it's up to the delegates to ask the questions of on both legislations. And at that time, if there's a recommendation where it says discussion and comments, final recommendations at the end of the session, if the recommendation is to say, okay, whatever we discussed here, whatever the recommendation is on 0021-22, if there's any recommendations that are coming out from the administration or the advisory council or even the commanders, Honorable Keon Begay, who's the sponsor of that, would say, okay, well, maybe I'll go ahead and work on those changes. You might say, I'm not going to work on those changes, but I'm going to go ahead and bring this legislation forward as is. Or I'm going to bring, these are the recommendations for changes that I'm available to amend in the legislation. Or he might say, I'm not going to move forward with the legislation. That will be up to Honorable Keon Begay, as the council has asked Honorable Keon Begay to have this work session at NABI level to hear input from the Veterans Administration Advisory Council and the commanders in this case. And if there's any recommendations that Honorable Keon Begay wants to move forward with, and let's say if Honorable Keon Begay says, okay, well, let's go have another public hearing or something on specifically on a legislation, then that's when the Naabik'íyáti, our office would start setting up to have some kind of public hearing or public input from the Navajo Nation veterans. So all this comes together And it would be as a recommendation from the individual, in this case, Honorable Keon Begay, who is the sponsor of those legislations. Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker.
Okay.
Speaker Otto So.
Honorable Otto So, before we go on to the work session topics.
Since you're still trying to get other individuals on the line pertaining to this work session, I did hear that at council, what Honorable Daniels has stated. And he did indicate that we should have the work session at Twin Arrows due to the limited room and space we have at the council chambers. And I think that it should be deserved, that request should be fulfilled, because just during the elections in Western, a lot of our veterans had no idea of the change of the trust fund policy, nor to the housing issue and so forth. And that really tells you that the dialogue from the veterans for certain, for Western, because we represent Western. The dialogue may be going on there at some of the interest veterans agencies, but the discussions in the Western sounds like it's still moving, it's still going on, and they're still trying to put their hands around it. But again, I think our veterans in the Western agency really needs to have this dialogue presented to them, because one, they just want to be informed. The delegates that elected to move the legislation forth or move the legislation back to Nabi wasn't the fact of us being against the legislation. It's just the fact of getting our veterans at the local level to be informed, which they have commanders that report to them. And then you have the commissioner or the 5 agency commanders again. I believe that we need to get those individuals online. If they're not online, let's reschedule this work session so that we can get everybody at the table. Honorable Daniels request this, and in this case, I'm just one person on the council call here out of the 23. And I believe that was the same position from the Eastern Navajo veterans also. Na kete chesalago go ha ato salak soe hajoben hikosne even na go di ho hajo adabet hodon ho. I believe the information to get the correct people all to the table really needs to happen.
Thank you, colleagues. And with that, working together just as a response, at least from myself as a chair of the Naabik'íyáti committee, Honorable Daniels, Honorable Otto So, just a response on the reason why we're having this now. There was a request too as well to have this information before the budget session goes forward. And when we're looking at the calendar, this was the only date that we could have this session due to the fact of all the other meetings that are going on. And unfortunately, we're not at Twin Arrows, but everybody's welcome to log on. Everybody has logged on. The individuals from the Veterans Administration are on the line. From the Advisory Council, we are getting individuals from the agency commanders reaching out to them if they're not already on the line. Again, if there is a recommendation to have another follow-up meeting at Twin Arrows, that can be recommended, and that can be put in at the final recommendations. And I'm sure Honorable Keon Begay would be more than willing to have that discussion up there, colleagues. So with that, I'm moving on down work session topics. Item number A, again, we're introduction of the purpose of the work session. I went over where we're at and what is continually the process. Staff will be online to make sure that the process is done. Again, colleagues, I will be in and out of this. Hopefully, again, I delegate the authority from Honorable Keon Begay to the Veterans Administration, to Advisory Council, and then to the agency commanders, if I'm not on the line, to continue the discussion on their presentation. And then from that point, going to discussion and comments. So with that, I'm turning it over to Honorable Keon Begay.
Chairman, Speaker, I will continue to make the position 6 October and December of 2021. I have been sending out invite to all the Veteran Advisory Council. Most of them, all of them, has been participating. The notion that none are not being informed, I guess, maybe lies with the representative to the Navajo Nation Veteran Advisory Council, to certain agency, and then even the public posting of the legislations. And I even withheld getting it to the committees for another 2 months, continued to have the Advisory Council and veterans to participate in the discussion. And I'm not sure how much more I can stress to say that ample time were given to everyone for them to review. But I don't mind, Speaker. I mean, if they expect me to pay for the larger room at the Twin Arrow, I mean, maybe all the council needs to chip in to pay for that particular conference room over there. That I don't have a problem, and I kept reaching out to the agency veterans to say that I'm available to make presentation. No response. The legislation Naabik'íyáti committee. So at time, this is Naabik'íyáti committee. I believe that's the time when, I mean, they can join in right now. I mean, call them, spread it out, put it on social media right now that we're on a committee called that way. But the thing is that are we going to allow them to speak, which is always the case, that we have over 10,000 veterans on the Navajo Nation. I don't mind listening to each and every one of them. I'm sure there's pros and cons about this legislation. And again, I always say that this is coming directly from the local veterans organization, and that we have three of the 5 agency veterans organizations supporting resolution. And then we also have the Veteran Advisory Council Veterans Resolution. Report again just today. Jado Speaker to such on later not koko jubin hot ato ben hot ahit eda sata huinzins and the se. If that's not that important, got up in yeah, George a deal it the do ishanshi or hishi that's a hatni. But I appreciate all the veterans that are listening in of how we're trying to move certain issues and discuss certain issue on behalf of the veterans. Why only specific nonsense in the store? Why only specific legislation? Oh, you base on the creamy chippy, but Balanda is Leonard Otto, Yego Bandai deck, the Cabeso, oh, you need which is then hit Nabbit, which is okay. But DDG is being singled out in a way for it to be delayed further, which is very obvious in a way. A quick timeline, speaker. I don't know if the PowerPoint is back up again. Legislation the 22 gauge other approval yada. So she will leave that out obviously. October 14th, 2021 that legislation Kodor requests shla. And then the other thing too is that Kodon Hahidi Lagejoik, he's also a candidate in the current election year. So I'm not sure how that's going to be another issue as well. But Legislative Council, Ajadit A Kodor Besnashnisho, A Kodor Di Hadilia, Chenani Keta Doch, Dandini Bihondit on Leda legislation Gi Hadilna Gohaholji. Ado Kodor request legislation development October 14th and Danja Deshna Idan Al Sosyahija. November 10th. Memo sent to Navajo Nation Veteran Advisory Council requesting for a work session. Similar to what you're saying, November 10, November 10th, 2021. Memo, I've shared that with you guys. Memo, requesting for a work session with the Navajo Veterans Advisory Council.
Should I go along with President Trump's lie about the 2020?
Speaker, I believe, again, a lot of times we're getting disrupted during my presentation, so I think that's another case. Maybe mute everyone. So December 14th, that we met in Chinle. Again, the situation, and again, the candidate for the vice president knew about it, that we were locked out of the Chinle Agency Veterans Office. So don't utilize that facility if you don't need. We end up at the Junction Restaurant. I know that the Western Agency, Ajit, that's part of the Navajo Nation Veteran Advisory Council, was there. He was part of that meeting during the December 14th meeting in Chinle, and any of the Veteran Advisory Council can probably confirm that the individuals were part of this meeting. The Chinle, on the public posting, the develop, had or draft legislation. Present Elia. And the purpose of that meeting was that, okay, legislation this is the draft legislation. Have at three legislation. If you want to make an amendment, change it. However you want it. Let's go line by line. We did that. We went line by line of all three legislations. Present myself and Mr. Abeda. He was the one that was proposing not proposing. He was showing the document to the Veteran Advisory Council. January 27th and 28th, legislation 21, 22, 22, 22, and 24, 22 were introduced for a 5-day comment period, January 27th to 28th. Again, there was almost another month for the advisory council and veterans to provide their input and recommendation before we made an official to be officially posted for public comment. February 28th, meeting with the Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council again. And I don't know, during that time maybe those numbers, I know the administrators were online because they were providing some input and recommendation on some of these legislation development or a recommendation for amendment. So whoever was the host for that particular meeting on February 8th, 2022, maybe verify who were on the calls, because I know there was quite a few of them who were on the call. And then there were quite a few were at the chapter house during the presentation meeting with the veteran advisor. Again, Khadid is on the public comment. A public comment for 5 days. Khadid is off the public comment. Khadid kodon shisatot ati recommend all science. Khadid au khadlia petit no ad kodon Mr. Beta do adon sh kodo ad veteran advisory council bis meeting nada ilia. February 22nd, nana almost 10 days later, meeting with the veteran advisory council at Coyote Canyon again. Coyote Canyon chapter. Again, all these meetings, invites, I can share all of those documents. The veteran advisory councils were invited, and especially some of the advisory commanders, the advisory committee council members, they themselves were asking for these sessions. So, meeting schedule. Again, whoever was the host for that session, maybe get a list of the phone numbers and see who those individuals were on the line. For February 22nd, so after the January, after it came off of the public comment period, I sent email to each of the chairs of the committee, each of the chairs, speaker, the chairs, delegate, chairwoman Charles Newton, Chairman Daniel So, Chairman Henio, and Chairman Rick Nez. Some of these legislations are assigned to each of the committee. Can you please hold off on having the committee not entertain and discussing these legislation, because I'm still presenting the legislation to various veterans organizations across the Navajo Nation. Those are wanting to provide input. Again, I've shared that memo with you guys, council members, and I know Mr. Daniel So is the only one that responded that leave these legislations off the agenda until further notice. We held that off because on March 10th, that Northern Veterans Organization, San Juan College, all the Northern Veterans Organization. The thing was that the instrumental of these meetings were that the Veteran Advisory Council from each of these agencies were the main one helping me organizing these meetings. That's one area that I need to appreciate some of these organizations helping me coordinate these meetings. March 10th, and Northern Veterans Organization, meet the Ilya. The March 21st, again, this was publicized. KGAK, 1 hour, Kodo Banashna, legal up to KGAK on all three legislation. The March 22nd, 2022, Eastern Veterans Organization at Fire Rock, Again, this was coordinated with the help of Delegate Naabik'íyáti to secure the room at Fire Rock. Eastern Veterans Organization. And for some reason, I came in late because I believe it was during the forwarding of the clock. So daylight savings time, or something like that. But not late. So anyway, that's when March 22nd again. I believe that the organization over there, the Eastern Veterans Organization, had a sign-in sheet. Maybe they can produce who were in attendance of these meetings. And I did spoke directly with each of the commanders over there when I was there. I mean, I never heard anything of them opposing or in anything of that nature. I just thought maybe these documents need to be publicized in order for me to justify that I have met with some of these, and then some of these, the intention that, or the notion that some of these commanders were not involved or not been informed. We need to provide these information to say that, okay, who were these people that were in attendance, or who were these people that were on the call, and when we were doing our presentation. So, radio, March 21st, March 22nd, Eastern Veterans Organization, Dinia. March 28th, 2022, KGAK, 1 hour, Nana, 1 plow. Just Banahosnet. Ada KTN, 3 p.m. KTN Dosto Sashkena Ilkid. And I did specifically ask if any of these have been recorded. Maybe could we pay for it and continue to be played? Adini the Bahasi Stoita. These were live remote. May 27th, Central Veterans Organization, Saley Wheatfield, legislations, these legislations. Now, 45th Veterans Organization, February 2nd, I believe, like I said, I was in Washington, D.C., and that's the reason why I didn't attend. But they did pass a resolution. Western Agency Veterans Organization was invited, but it was before the official posting. And I've made this known, too. The commander from Western Agency, again, this was back in November or December. We're inviting you to take part in the meeting. I responded in the email. Western Commander, the legislation has not been developed yet. Maybe we can schedule a meeting after the legislation has been developed. So it doesn't make sense, or it's not in a way that if we don't have a final draft of a legislation, for me to say that this is how it's going to be, but to finalize after the puppet posting, so that's the information about the notion that not much information was disseminated. And again, Speaker, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I did request the Speaker's office, could this be publicized? Could we get a press release? Newspaper be to lay out in the Navajo time, or if not, Gallup Independent. Because it was very obvious that it was being focused for certain attention. So ot adini the jo ad otsada sto aj a Corbin go. What more could I have done in terms of publicizing these three legislations? That I mean, I think I've, like I said, three times on the radio, and then I'm sure I think there was a press release in a way, but the thing is that I kept in contact with the Veteran Advisory Council, because each of these Veteran Advisory Council represents each of the agency. I mean, I couldn't force them or demand them to be in attendance, but it's just a matter for me to schedule the meeting for their attendance. Or if they've missed out, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what their reasons were for not being in attendance. Timeline on his although the second time, the second or the third PowerPoint, again, all three legislations it zoomed through the committees that they were assigned to. Not even one up to the Naabik'íyáti committee, not even one were opposing in each of the committee. And again, I made that presentation to each of the committee, but there was no comments. If there was a concern of these what's being brought up at the council, my question is that why weren't these being brought up at Naabik'íyáti committee or at the local, I mean not local, at the oversight or the committee level? Laid there because the 21-22 it had Hess Law and Order Committee and Naabik'íyáti committee. Although the 22-22 it had Hess LOC and Naabik'íyáti committee. And then legislation 24-22 it had RDC, Hess Committee, Budget and Finance Committee, Law and Order Committee, and Naabik'íyáti Committee. So 5 committees with no questions and with zero opposition. But now these are being brought up to say that the Oversight Committee, which present the client, other bahata is sit the door, coagula nahot, other shit don't need a ita. Ko ita that the stock did all and did on his was up agency bana shahaki or why didn't or the agency or the agency representative made any statement to say that this is our situation, but why only during the time that it was being presented at the council level? I mean, I'm not saying that he shouldn't have or they shouldn't have, but all I'm saying is that why at the last moment, at the 11th hour, as the legislation. And then the fourth slide, it talks about the November 10th, 2022 subject line is scheduling work session to review proposed several policy change. A Kodo Navajo Nation Veteran Advisory Council member, a memo a Kodo Idambich Shla, the Shindige a Kwakibash Belia. And then, of course, January 29th, Tim Johnson, chairperson, Navajo Nation Veteran Advisory work session to discuss proposed veterans legislation. Called AR the deed dig out at the Tohanadelia, Hashabania Sahnadi, Edishno Kodoji, Kodobana in the timeline. Ha Adri, my thinking is that once I give to the chair, chairperson, they disseminate the information to the committee members. That was my thinking, that each the chair and the organization there disseminate the information to each of the representative to the Navajo Nation Veteran Advisory Council. So memo. So these are all the paper trails. I mean, again, if it's being questioned, I mean, I don't know if the timing of the email was sent out, the timing of the memos. I mean, when they receive, it could be verified or justified that these were sent out. These aren't memos that weren't just produced just to cover my track, but more they were already been sent out. So it is slide 4. Now, I don't know if I need to stop here to this is just the overall three legislation. Advisory councils, though the agency level, publicly. I tried so hard to publicize it out there. But again, and then of course to some us as responsibility as a delegate, all these legislations are given to us as well. Like the latest one for me, I sent the HES committee 2 veterans legislations that were posted on the email. I sent them to, I turned around and sent them to all of my 5 chapters, veterans organizations to have them keep them informed of all and any veterans issues. So to some extent, and his last son dengi bechehuit ako godit on Latin also na sneldo dit abayat hito dit abeta inish kodo satobna itos hito satodit abeshono achoti intashnitashe dit hot ko kwagi ki that sto to satodan hinanish ilya da shida sto penna kodo his local veterans becheta is krishin that got out sto. Again, I try my best to update my local veterans organization on any issues and all issues that, especially that pertains to them regarding housing, the veterans trust funds, and any policies that will affect them. Again, the only legislation that wasn't completed, and then I do question that. But the only legislation that was never completed by Mr. Beta was that recognizing each of the 110 local veterans organization, the plan of operation, traditional legislation, who's taking over in finalizing those legislation that I've requested regarding veterans. They need to start. I never got a good response from the legislative council of if it's going to be even be finalized now that we don't have a legislative council addressing the oversight of veterans issue. So Chairman, Speaker, let me go ahead and stop here. And I don't know if they have any question, comment about the timeline and the dissemination of the information and trying to get the legislation out there as much as I could. You know that even just having 5 chapters, it takes a day. So if you guys expected me to visit each and every chapters, you tell me seriously, is that possible? No. Yeah, it is possible, but it will take probably years just even to do that. I take that like I take that seriously, the Shinson. I take that seriously. What other avenue is it that had Allah nanishlat the never the ada ohot eli halit ala edik at o table ilya yenta to khoche shohe asnant khod at chaton khaishi khage veterans na sahshla adek atit on khanna khodo jo shab chona jo stoch khaisis khunza che holji sto akobna go khage shizing. I don't know, I'll probably take the blame of not doing that myself as well. But I do welcome that this particular veterans issue to be taken overall at the agency level, not just only in one area, maybe at the agency level. With our public hearing at daily, with the shin stop, but when it's not stop, I need to have they need out the it's a lot on and it's just not the veterans. You got the surviving spouse and the surviving children as well. Called the Blue Star Mother, the Gold Star Mother, the Dabatetnido, other disabled veterans, the Adat A, other Cotton Hatchinit in the other Santa Krakishin art in the park coins and go by Yadot Kito by Yale Kito, Lickishin at Annie, But again, sometimes I always have to acknowledge the oversight committee as well. Sometimes, I mean, again, being a veteran myself, what they've experienced, and not necessarily everything that they've gone through, but I know to some extent, I believe that 4 years is sufficient time for me to understand how the United States military functions. Well, for me, it's in the Army. It's different in the Marines. It's different in the Navy. It's different in the Air Force as well. And that's where we all come together and really whatever is best for our veterans. So with that, Speaker, let me go ahead and pause, and then before going deep into the 2021-22 legislation, if there's any comment, question regarding the timeline that I just covered. Speaker? Speaker?
I'm on the road.
Okay.
Honorable Keon-Begay, does that conclude your response? I mean, does that conclude your presentation at this time?
No, Speaker, I said I just covered Joe earlier. Two of my colleagues had raised a concern about.
What time? How much more time?
All I'm saying is I want to take a pause to see if they have an additional question or comment on the presentation or the publicity of these legislation. Otherwise, I can go into the main legislation. Speaker.
Honorable Keon-Begay, you have 2 minutes left. You have 20 minutes. Every individual that comes before Naabik'íyáti committee has 20 minutes. So you use 18 minutes. So you have 2 minutes left. I can go back to the floor and ask for additional time, but that's for your whole presentation. So if you want to continue and end your presentation now, I can end it. But if you want to continue on, you're more than welcome to continue on. I'm not going back to the floor at this time.
With that, Speaker, Joe, I mean, like I said, I believe my colleague, I would assume that they've read through the legislations, then also made presentation to each of the oversight committee. During the summer session, I did went over the presentation that's being viewed lengthily. Committee members, or my colleague, so maybe now that we can go directly into what are the specific questions that they have for them to refer this back to Naabik'íyáti committee to further discuss it. And like I said, I'm open to meeting with the veterans at each agency, but not just myself, but each agency, those delegates that represent each of the agency. But if it's the overall as a Navajo nation, it would just be a matter of finding a bigger location and getting this presented to the but I believe, like I said, the Veteran Advisory Council are online, and then I'm sure more local veterans organization commanders are online. I did post this particular Naabik'íyáti committee on my Facebook, and it's been on there since the day that the agenda was posted. And then I sent them directly to each of my 5 chapters as well, especially the veterans organization, local veterans organization. So So, with that speaker, so again, like I said, I guess I'll go ahead and start with what specific questions the committee has on maybe 21-22 will be the first questions that I like to cover. But again, I would like to I'd like to acknowledge, say that the Veteran Advisory Council will be part of my discussion. Some local veterans organizations, if they wishes to speak, but I leave that up to you, Speaker. But the Veteran Advisory Council, what they've, how they've, what they, the participation that they've done within the timeline. Just from each of the agency chairmen. So what I yield the floor back and I'm hoping again it is probably being recorded, and then if there's another way, and I know there was a suggestion by one of my colleagues, Mr. Newton, that maybe we can do a session on the internet or Facebook to really get input from our veterans directly as well, talking with them. Maybe that's one recommendation or suggestion that I will take, Mr. Charles Newton. Chairman.
Thank you. That, colleagues, I'm going over now to Navajo Nation Veterans Administration, and then Veterans Advisory Council, then to the Navajo Nation Agency Commanders. Then I'll turn it back over to colleagues. Navajo Nation Veterans Administration. Navajo Veterans Administration going twice. Navajo Veterans Administration going 3 times. Moving on down. Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council.
Speaker, this is Tim Johnson from the Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council.
With that, Mr. Johnson, are you the spokesperson for the advisory council?
Well, the chair for the advisory council.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, the floor is yours.
The timelines. Is it kodo oha sido kodo bad wahon sinigi ko jo shikna annishud yegi to that eight out of the best eight to eda oshikna hallen I see that akishin glen hallen ados kish yet kitos kish sa on hallen all about ko shikna annishi to I see yash fonden hallen that's akha hallen so ko it's been yes. But not so see how that yeah. Although how do not how she when all by yet then don't the a quiet is it been yagi a shikna should be been in national catholic legislative branch executive branch. Don't the economic need. Hazor kisned nicht adot kisn sasi ado need adon da kodo eshikiti ni ekoege ne husband or ado need nde do yashhoda o sakhan halden ako thalet hotati na nishan to I see a shon na tens last so huin zan bit young sekes cho even ye quasit adon the bayel to ko even na quite hinan key allegation quite high this including not so see had the dollar to nasta to na higi tahat jo ikita nishin the tishnigi bitatil ni cho hotza as you all know cho nasta this so other than Naabik'íyáti kita jangan lagi hati khande izanle bela thahayan de jonde ek nat na kujen chona hato nidiki jo ek to jo pansa kes nat na soska hadaliala tin he huini tsendi to ta sin to be kesi tsinda jo hot na halon sa ki kin khas ke ni nela de gonde adonde khashit asli kwa the way I understand that the majority needing not so see the only one is the last one the 24 reduction for the financial assistance the business unit one business unit then 80 quite yeah that was the only one at one time there was a although the age quite the 50-50 out of veterans population count so although it's in a one pot system so the way it was, I guess what they were really discussing was chapter house. So what it was one business unit going to each agency. Then from each agency is separated into the pick Central for example. At the agency level, the pesos another separate business units to the 16 chapters. The 16 chapters they put in the budget. Pesos a quaggy explain it or least need that's the only one I know that is on there. Like the first one, although the housing manager that was pretty straightforward. But I think we wouldn't be in this mess if Hajo is emails the VA office to us Satinan ko Hashida the Dojo existing list or Koto or Chitin Snade email none other that need be so Hajoba Nagidil kit at me out Koto to Nathan Hadden. So quite a day Yahoo so go it's a sad quite a bit has Thank you, Speaker. Hotel. The shoe next night, though.
Mr. Johnson, does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Johnson, let me go turn it over now to the Veterans Nomination Veterans Agency commanders, if there's any commanders that'd like to speak at this time.
Speaker, Vern Lee here.
Mr. Lee, good morning still.
Yeah, this
Well, to the issue on the work session, the floor is yours, Mr. Lee.
Yat aro the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Ache aro taisanults agito anults. Ache ngidini dole. Di thought I gave should the shenant anulsanigi. At the schnegle. When it comes to veterans affairs, there's no democracy within the Veterans Affairs. During the Russell Begay administration with Jonathan Naz as a vice, the 23rd Council introduced legislation to move the advisory council to become commission without need. They passed it. It went across to the president's office. And the president got one letter from Eastern that don't agree with becoming commission. Based on that, the president, Russell Begay, says that veterans though he caught all 5 agencies, they're not together. Despite the majority of the 5 veterans organization agency, majority of them supported it. Majority rule, Adok with these legislations. There's 3 of the agencies support the 3 legislation by resolution. And Eastern never took a stand on which way they're going to go. There's no resolution from them. Western, they one person letter in the but not to select so that he caught the 5 agency. No. To slap na zin the ebony na al tahadoni. Akwadot Naabik'íyáti kitchen. The akosh Beshbasa anakwe na hata Naabik'íyáti o algat the taho. La green jesh ad nishle, la red nishle. Alta. To that he caught a Beshbasa an. On some of these legislative issues that he kaki beni nash tot his ani bahuint enegi accord ahot aban this case and there's no democracy when it comes to veterans affairs. So he caught and hit that the majority rule to bahwint in daily. There's ani hondo di nanigi Veteran Trust Fund came short $2.8 million. No. Nikit na hon. Legislation 2021 yet Chris Schneider and the DOJ. It was intended to make one pot system. It was not intended to make just 2.8 million shortfall. It was not intended for the 2% to go to the housing. Housing 4% no. This legislation 2021 passed a liagi one pot system. Nini cho o zi it halet DOJ radit ahe hate di la do Mr. Swerline hot no ado ended that OOC controller do OMB ado beshmas ando legislative council at adenich do bella azli ado president yanana hiens ajbe radit ahe na hotlo ena denel ado beji la Junt the 2021 legislation by Laz Lingi 2018 Niki Ahahi no Shet Ahlahi na Lahadoni. Ko the 2021 Niki or Ziki the net a seedo assess seat or the nida. A cohet ashed edo nicht. Johotat Aheki Benin Nadi. Behaz ani ki nihasht edol nil hajob in an nestolil. Besh bahasa ana behaz ani il ido bekawajal idolil. Oya da where President Nance when is no advisory council and lot and Mr. Swerland hit ya hat loans take a director and hit it no. When I take veterans at the consultation with the veterans, that mean advisory council Nanasha. Nihedo advisory no hedo no hedan hidoni. De not on it and hidoni. A quet or zido contrand other nil eat. Aron de hajon hitch a ha or zid and hido. Ako ade o zi o hahol jij. Ako dish jid do hiltil nishta. The Veterans Advisory Council naso atlana ebeni natla or de don hilhan net the could generally linigi. There's no transparency. Ahnet obe has ani darlnet. Do what that no yasa da hasling. Beninan hita hona nan hita isnel. Kodo di kodo Mr. Swerland ne or Nick need leader and such a gagi benina we're not against you. Races than hit that neck. It's not that, it's the policy. At that negative needy or ziggy paint is why we're 2.8 million short. Esha I hate ego. Naha tabindo to make us whole. Ado nasi descaja 2023 be hate ego do nato nila jo comba yel tito lelan. Quedo ashwatit hajodo le Johnny zin the hishanant notlinigi. Ado and the dan yichada shishkel the net zata nindan hidness hasta no. Kodo the veterans protested which is their right, First Amendment, to grieve their government. What they lag on letting his hata is the eben naido tsaja at hat noda. Hata is the zadobelt the Asian not lenegi. Saen hidi danil zafata potatoes. The guest given a kake apelni yahan a kake the tada. Although the Nabi had named the aid ona nahin detoli. Had no Jonat anij leho it comes with this territory. A ko oak at it low edo vigat. Questionant ad ashonte, nikit snow and yetishna. Hata enos nedo. Here we are the one that put you there. We the people. Nahata ye nel Nahan sa ta case o naha tahanoh ahto lel hot ego arot onhik is nal nes edo beniyata ashon des nanta no sengi nika doja to administration 23rd yanda ni cheho holji aro 24th nan the snow ni yana da ni che qadetan hajosh خش بيادني تشيلك سلاف صوني تلنجي بيش بحث أنا هيك إجن لون president خز أندون هيك إجن لون. Where are we going to go? How is our government going to look out for our health and welfare? دي سلاف صوني تلنجي أنا أديك كديجي وأسأل أشتوشن أنا تلنجي أشون دين هيتشنو تشنا أشياء لا تسين الصامج هو الجيز. Speaker.
Good morning, colleagues. I think speakers on the road. This is Delegate Charles Newton. I'm going to help out as much as I can. Do we have any other commanders on the line who wish to speak at this time?
Speaker, this is Gilbert Platero.
Mr.
Speaker.
Platero, the floor is yours.
Thank you, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker, members of the Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti Committee, veterans listening in, comrades. My name is Gilbert Platero. I am the commander of the Eastern Navajo Agency Veterans Organization. I'm also a member of the Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council, representing Eastern Agency. My father is Tojali. He is of the Edgewater clan. My mother is from Taos Pueblo. Half Navajo. I'm a registered member of the Navajo Nation. I'm a veteran, 8-year veteran of the United States Army. I'm also the commander of the Tojali Navajo Veterans Organization and have had that position going probably on 10 years now. The topic at hand here is, the reason for this workshop is the two legislations that were sent back from the council to the Naabik'íyáti Committee for review and comment. In looking at the PowerPoint that Delegate Keelan had put out, yes, he did meet with Eastern Agency at Fire Rock Casino. Although he was an hour late, his presentation was, I would say, approximately 45 minutes and not in very good detail. Not all the commanders were present during that presentation. And if I can recall, I believe I did invite him to our Eastern Agency Veterans Organization meeting to do a presentation on the legislations, which did not happen. These legislations that are being presented regarding the veterans need to be presented in detail to these veterans. Many of our veterans are senior citizens, they're elders, and the majority of them, their primary language is Navajo. Their primary understanding of any kind of legislation must be presented in Navajo. I cannot present the legislations. I cannot interpret the legislations. That's not my responsibility as commander. These legislations need to be put out and explained in detail to these not only the commanders of the CVOs, but to the veterans themselves. It was stated that the newspapers,
It was put in the newspapers. The community of Tuojile, we do not receive the Gallup Independent. The Gallup Independent goes as far as maybe grants. Navajo Times comes out. We can pick that up. Radio stations. The radio signals do not come all the way to Tuojile. I don't know if they reach all the way to Alamo. There's a lot of satellite communities out there that do not get the information. A lot of veterans are not getting the information. Although it was stated that there was meetings within the advisory council. The interpretation of these legislations that go from the sponsor to the advisory council to the commanders down to the veterans, individual veterans, it goes down and the interpretation gets lost. The actual meaning of the legislation gets lost. So when the veterans need to hear, they need to hear it directly from the horse's mouth, what is being put into legislation, what is being requested of the Navajo Nation government. This does not happen. That is why we are in the position we are now. And although all the standing committees voted yes, pass it, I'm kind of concerned that many of the council delegates themselves do not actually read into the legislations and just agree to it for a simple fact of let's get it out of the way. 002422, which is to create separate business unit numbers when funding Navajo Nation veterans organizations. The Eastern Navajo Agency Veterans Organization did submit a supporting resolution regarding this legislation. However, it was submitted under the intention it was submitted under the assumption that the 50-50 formula was going to be put in place and used. And now with the memorandum coming from OOC stating that the 50-50 formula can no longer be utilized when allocating funds for the Veterans Trust Fund, that kind of pushes that supporting resolution aside. So we need to go back and re-explain this legislation to our veterans. All this needs to be re-explained to them, the actual meaning of it. So that is the reason why the supporting resolution was submitted for that particular legislation. 002122. There are two topics on this legislation. One is the selection process of the Navajo Nation Veterans Executive Director. The other one is changing the advisory council to commissioners. And I think, to me, this is a trick legislation for a lot of our Navajo veterans that do not comprehend legislation. Like I said, again, a lot of our veterans are elders, and a lot of them are hard of hearing, believe it or not. And I think to push one legislation and concentrate on explaining one legislation and push it through and get a majority vote on it and get a supporting resolution is kind of tricky, because here these are two totally different subject matters. You got the selection process for the executive director, and then you have the wanting to change the council to commissioners. These are totally two different subject matters. This legislation should be written, each topic should have its own legislative number, I guess you would say it. But trying to push one and sneak the other one through, that's not good politics. My recommendation is to rewrite 2122 and put it into a single topic format for one of those subject matters. And as far as getting the information out to the veterans, that there needs to be a better job done of that, because it's not happening. The 45-minute, maybe 1 hour, I would say 45-minute presentation that was done at Fire Rock was not very detailed. And of course, the casino has time frames on their meeting rooms, so we could not continue very much longer at that session. These definitely need to be reconsidered or rewritten, especially 21, 22, redone. And as far as changing the council to commissioners, I have a big problem with that, for the simple fact of what authority does the commissioners, what authorities would the commissioners be given? That needs to be kind of spelled out. And the selection of the process of the director, I don't know, it's going to be pushed back and forth between the president and the advisory council, back and forth until the council selects someone that they want, someone that maybe can be a puppet. That's what we don't need. I heard Mr. Zwerline's name come up here through the other comments. In my opinion, Mr. Zwerline has done a good job in doing what he's doing for the veterans. In the past, we have had how many Navajo veterans in that position? What happened to them? They all failed or they quit. So what are we looking for? What is the certain members of the advisory council looking for? Are they looking for a puppet that they can push around to their needs? We need to come up with a better solution with this. We have the Eastern Agency is looking at different aspects of the advisory council. I won't go into any more further detail on that, but that is my comment as far as a member of the Navajo Nation Advisory Council, and as a commander of the Torjali Navajo chapter and the Eastern Agency Veterans Organization commander. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for this time. Council members of the Naabik'íyáti committee, thank you for this time. Turn it back over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Montero. And thank you very much earlier too, Mr. Lee. With that, Jules, how much more time do we have for the agency commanders? Hello, Joseph.
Mr. Tolt here, the chairperson. Can I say something?
Speaker, you have about 5 minutes left.
This is Olin Naomi.
5 more minutes on the agency commanders.
Mr. Speaker?
Any other further agency commanders?
Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, this is
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, this is Eloise Brown from Northern Agency Commander.
Okay. With that, I heard somebody first before you, Ms. Brown. Who was that on the line?
Mr. Speaker, this is Billy Goodman Jr., Western Agency Commander.
Okay, well, this is what I do then. I have Mr. Kiyomi, then Ms. Brown, then Mr. Goodman. You have 5 minutes, so Mr. Kiyomi, if you just
Mr. Speaker,
together, you have 5
I'm
minutes
sorry.
left.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Kiyomi, go ahead.
Northern already presented. Ms. Brown.
Mr. Speaker, I have four.
Yes, Mr. Kilme, go ahead, and then I'm going to Mr. Goodman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know what the purpose of this work session is, and hopefully the delegates that recommended this work session and voted on this work session are here. I believe we're supposed to be discussing the legislation 002122, legislation 002422. One is the selection process of the director and NVAC members, also the separate business unit members. But we're not discussing that. We've already heard the discussions through the numerous committees already. We need to be discussing the legislation as to why some delegates voted for the work session and what questions do the delegates have in relation to their concerns of these legislations. What is it in the language that they do not understand? That's supposed to be the purpose of this work session. Now, moving on to the reports, these legislations did move forward through each committee.
Speaker, point of order.
Who made the point of order? Speaker?
Thank you very much. Hold on, Mr. Kilme, there's a point of order. Who raised the point of order?
Mr. Speaker, this is Delegate Otto So.
Honorable Otto, good morning, almost midday. What is your point of order?
Yes, I guess we have to get to the Q&A of the discussion here from the delegates, but Mr. Kilme is alluding that where the council has not asked any questions pertaining to legislation 0021 and 0024. We are waiting for the presentations to be completed, and then afterwards we will probably begin the Q&A. But as of now, there is no questions from the council at this time, and I would like for them to proceed with their presentation pertaining to legislation 221 and 220024. So with that, put them back in order. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Kilme, as Honorable Otto indicated, we're in presentation mode still, listening to the commanders, our agency commanders at this time. Once I go to conclude with you, then to Mr. Goodman out of Western, then I'm going to go back to open it up to the floor to members of the Naabik'íyáti committee. Mr. Kilme?
Okay, Mr. Speaker. Just moving forward, a lot of discussion is happening here. I'm just curious. And then if this is going back to what Mr. Vern Lee mentioned earlier, was that Navajo Nation does have a vast majority of boards, commissions, and advisories. Navajo Nation Board of Elections, there's commissions of Navajo government, there's Human Rights Commission, Tax Commission, Board of Education, Navajo Nation Youth Advisory Council. We have chapters, we have district meetings, we have agency meetings with chapter, Title 23, Farm Board officials, grazing officials, Eastern Land Board. So we have a multiple of these boards, commissions, and entities. So when we pass supporting resolutions coming from any of these things that I mentioned, and there's a majority saying we're going to support one idea, one legislation, so we're not going to honor those resolutions passed by other boards, commissions, chapters, or districts, and so forth, because what Mr. Lee, Commander Lee, reverted to was that the democracy part of it, the majority rules. But in this case, when it comes to veterans, that doesn't happen. Even though the majority rules of veterans wanting change, that never happens. But with all the other boards, commissions, chapters, and so forth, other advisories, when the majority is passed, usually it's supported and it's passed through legislation. But that's not the case with veterans. So when we say we don't understand the legislation needs to be written better, I think Mr. Abeda, who is now the VP candidate, is the one that drafted this legislation. So are we saying that Mr. Beta does not know how to draft legislations because he works for legislative council? I think he did a pretty good job. I understand it. My veterans understood it. Whether it be in Navajo or English, my veterans understood it. Mr. Key Allen Begay was too busy. And I asked him to come, but he was in Washington at that time. But I explained it to my veterans, and I have the largest agency. And all my veterans are within the 80 to 70 and 60 and 50-year-old range. They all understood it. Bit by bit, we spent 2 hours discussing it. So I don't know what the problem is. That's the responsibility of the commanders, is to translate what the legislation is to make sure your veterans are educated and understanding. Now, it's kind of troublesome now because you don't have Navajo Nation Veterans Administration on the line, or let alone the director. Now, what does that say? So right now, what we are asking is transparency. This is what I'm hearing on the campaign trail, transparency. But I don't see it here. We didn't see it for the past 4 years. We're not seeing it now. As I mentioned, NNVA is not on here. And the president, we have not met with him. So when we say transparency, we want to inform and better educate our veterans. That way they can make the right choice. That's the job of the commanders. So when we don't have that, we kind of drift off into making legislation to support those transitions. Speaker?
There was 20 minutes given to every organization. In this case, there's 20 minutes given to the agency commanders. You heard from that Mr. I think Goodman, Commander Goodman from Western Agency. Colleagues, if there's no opposition, we can give Mr. Goodman another 5 minutes.
Speaker, Delegate Daniel So.
I'd like to make a closing statement, Speaker.
With that, Chairman Daniel So.
Yes, for me, when you open the floor for other commanders to speak, I heard Mr. George Toth be the first one, even before Mr. Kiyomi or Mr. Goodman. So I'm requesting that we give the veterans another 20 minutes. Thank you.
The veterans advisor, the veterans commanders, agency commanders.
Yes, as I understand it, they're the ones that gather up the commanders. In case of Eastern, they're the ones that gather up the 31 CVOs. And I think they have the veteran groups. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. I just didn't know if it was the veterans commanders or if it was advisory council that you were referring to, Chairman. That's the reason why I had to clarify. With that, colleagues, there's a request for an additional 20 minutes for the veterans advisory, our veterans, Navajo Nation veteran commanders. And Mr. Toth, I'm sorry. Again, I'm on the road. I did not hear. I will put you in the queue as well, Mr. Kilme to close out, and then going over to Mr. Goodman, then to Mr. Toth. Mr. Kilme, again, collectively, you have 20 minutes, so be mindful that your two other commanders will need to speak within that 20 minutes as well. Mr. Kilme?
Speaker, this is Eloise Brown. I would like to speak also, Northern Agency Commander.
Ms. Brown, I did hear Ms. Brown, are you, who spoke earlier from Northern Agency? Did someone speak? Are you the commander, Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Okay, well, I'll put you in the queue. Mr. Kiyomi,
Speaker,
you
Speaker,
do
this
have,
is Delegate Charles.
I'm Chair Charles.
Sorry, Speaker. Yeah, just really quickly, that was Vern Lee who spoke on behalf of Northern Agency. And then as far as Eastern Agency, there was Mr. Platero who spoke on behalf of Eastern Agency. And now we have Fort Defiance Agency that is in front of us right now with Mr. Kiyomi. And then Western Agency, I believe there's Mr. Goodman who is waiting. We haven't heard from Chinle Agency. I don't believe we've heard from them. But to keep things fair, Speaker, thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Vern Lee is not, I thought he was the commander.
Yes, he is the commander, Speaker. And
No,
he
the agency commander. We're listening to the agency commanders.
He is the agency commander.
No, Miss Brown is saying she's the agency commander.
Co-commanders.
Oh, there's two commanders?
Commander Tim Johnson spoke for Central Agency. Yeah.
Yes, okay. I guess there's co-commanders in Northern. With that, Mr. Platero spoke as a commander for Eastern. Mr. Platero, are you the Eastern Agency commander?
Mr. Speaker, I am the commander of the Eastern Navajo Agency Veterans Organization, and I am I am a member of the advisory council also.
Okay, all right. With that, then I'm going back to the floor. Then, Mr. Kiyomi, and then Mr. Goodman, then Mr. Toth. I don't believe you're not. Mr. Toth, are you a commander or no? Mr. George Toth, are you a commander? Agency
Mr.
commander.
Agency.
I can't hear.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. George Toth, are you an agency commander?
He is not.
No, he's not.
Okay, with that, then I'm going to Mr. Kiyomi, Mr. Goodman, and then to Ms. Brown as a co-commander from Northern. With that, Mr. Kiyomi, collectively you have 20 minutes.
You had your time.
Mr. Kiyomi, your closeout. Only twice. Only 3 times. With that, let me go on. Commander from East Western Agency, Mr. Goodman, the floor is yours.
Mr. Speaker, and hello to all the council delegates. Billy Goodman Jr., Abi Kendall Cash. I'm the commander for our chapter, as well as in the Western Agency, and also a member of the Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council for Western. My co-commander, yes, is Gabriella Mel. I don't know if she's online, but she's our X-chromosome representative from here, Western. Yeah. Ani nan kita kita ni kita si ni ya nan che ya antani che noya. Mr. Zverlan is the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration is coming online, and we're finally recognized by the VA. So now we can provide more additional services beyond what the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration provides here on the Navajo Nation. Policies are revised, they're in effect. There's one policy that's was final and it was ready for the president's approval. That was the trust fund. And then on also because incoming advisory council members objected to it. And keep it long as it long ni zakel hati liagonda chudo in Hanona. And we're still waiting for it. So where do we go? Yes, that's true. We oppose to this legislation 0021-22 because as eloquently as Mr. Patero presented, he just there's two items that talks about the first one is the selection process for the executive director. The second one is for the creation of the commissioners. I don't know how you need to clarify it. Northern down, no, because you're racist, Mr. Zorlan, because you need that, no. Well, that's how we perceive it. That's how the Western Agency veterans perceive it as well. Most of our veterans are apprised of these legislations. We talk about it every meeting since November. This thing's been on the agenda, and I asked our veterans to comment on it. Go to the website to download this legislation, and then we haven't given soft copies and hard copies of it. And I implored that they talk about it with their CVOs, with the veterans of membership of the CVOs. And we oppose 2-1. We use one pot for Western Agency, and it's worked for us. Because OOC says, and that's how the law was written, was using veterans population. We've been creating a big enough effort to get the veterans from Western Agency to re-register, because that's how the money is disseminated. And I don't know. This language. 2 days ago, we met with the representative Tom O'Halloran at Twin Arrows, and they had veterans from several agencies, and the ones that were given the floor were a couple from Cove, and they don't know nothing about what's going on with the housing program, and they're asking the U.S. representative what's going on. How can I get assistance? I know. This is under the purview of NNVA. So there's a communications breakdown from the NNVA, from us. Usually the communication, the line of communication is from us from the administration to us, the advisory council members, and then we go disseminate that to the commanders within our agency. These policies, and those lines of communication are broken. That's why these veterans are asking the U.S. House of Representatives, asking for assistance, asking for help. So, I don't know if when you create commissioners, they're going to fix that, because it's not working now. So that's all I've got to say about this. And when people say only one veteran, no, that's not me. Like I said, I'm representing the veterans of the Western Agency, and that's how we think. And we're always reminded that Fort Defiance is the largest number of veterans. A lot of these veterans, they don't get involved in what goes on. They don't care. Only a select few, only those that attend meetings and that's true everywhere. It's so. I'm just standing by. I'm listening, and if you have questions, I'm available. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Goodman. With that, let me go over to Ms. Brown.
Naabik'íyáti speaker touching in Shloshin Washington, National Kia Ani the Shiche, Ado Northern Navajo Veterans Organization Commander, A Kodon Hitchniati, Ado Tetnos, E Veterans Organization Secretary, Ado Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council Chairwoman. Those are my titles. Akodi Bahint Inigi Ani Hut Salatsoy. That's why we're here. As Mr. Vernley said, no transparency, no. So we're doing the best we can. Three agency, the legislation, Dani Zendohut out that the Nista no that the no out 3 agencies. Now so my recommendation is Mr. Key Allen Begay maybe we should go to Eastern. I'm willing to help interpret to the Navajo elders, veterans. Ado dago hat ada akadish what should avances case anil to kadija. Ado an had a whole sheet Ado Western Jonadi Kahaji. Oh, I need the commanders. I need Lenny Koya could veterans put on it at the no. Here we don't have a problem with our veterans in general, but in the and we have Shibrock councilwoman Eugenia Charles Newton Shadeja Aden Hanata Ako. Hashid AD council delegate the Northlinia Western do Eastern Ado Aden da Kata. Joe Coin his bed the husband do less. Hajo is the house now. Ash and he could council delegates on Northlinigi. I see if you work closely with the veterans, Coin his bed the husband do. Ako Tao Edla done, Anna Kigo Edo done. Majority rules, Johanne. Hasha. All lungy bed are your niece. Nito, anana ogo. We can always say, Allah, Nito, Jonah, Nista. Western door, Eastern, need at Nila. Halate auto, there's a job on now, the north English, so but right now, I think at the one part system that you own his is. Oh, Nia Yahadi advisory, our Veterans Administration Executive Director, Council Delegate, Ben Yego, Veterans, the Hojo Hod Eda, Shani Nad Ani, Jilo Ehajodo Le Nihi. Arguing that he President Lenny Johnson Nest on Hayrata, so Hagonda Bedi Ninde. Shoreline so do yon hitchet na rada. Hajona o candid what either halate out ella. Ahut ended I still have hope Hajon General hitting that evening. I do Anna and let these 3 a day tea. Oh, I need a hoshi ke e ahut Beshmas Anna Seniki, Ado Sabik edad no ni, Halan hen hada ye nil on and done heatness. Abik a day not niche. He are they on Handa nation he could veterans than Linig Aintinad Ani than voters than Linig Aintinad Ani than a couple nature Eba Nanhosh campus has an Nothinigi Asho the other which Ahna Kay Abahazan could Danil on Zabahazan point of order Nahat Niho other say Hayan that Ebe Bahazan Asho the Beshwas an Nothini Banan Hinch Kati or all lungy bed are your needle, arguing the bed at the English. At a deep Auto 1 part system needs the young snarky ha do needs a business unit that the arguing the Kodo Eastern down and elders the Hajra like it at 18th and near what I could end the job at Hajr now on Janoik at 18th. Ado RG thought commander thought of the neck at Yastita. A cohashit out his auto. So, Mr. Platero, I'm willing to go out there and help to disseminate the information to your veterans or to the veterans in Navajo, along with the help of Mr. Key Allen Begay's presentation. Shehut Albans, this case, Western, do Mr. Goodman. Ado, could you ask Ado, Northern, if you guys want to help us, we're willing to accept your help if there's an issue. Could Albans, this case, I show the best ones on the we're at the point where we are very frustrated. The veterans are frustrated. So the not only by the president, arguing the appointee veterans executive director. A don't hear by the a call. Khashebich Hasito. Aro Navajo Nation Council, she had Nina Obach Nana Kay. Wait out, ham the Quedish and his Hodon. That's 10 months. But they need niche Ado could the council not thinking hit that no work session by not all that no. I show the other subject that no near any go ben hitching Ashkin City. So last soy. That's what we hear on election. Need to know. Halit us last so Jefferson, Nequadi, Kaadi, ideals. Answer that because he down the Judah don't need all listen at council, not Linigi. I understand we all have busy schedules. You all have busy schedules. I could end. So last soy, don't hitchahna yago, coat talker, don't hizadi and hitchaha zio, eight or the tea, I need not at all listen. Eban sockets are short of best ones on nothing. Shehut Abin hitchaha seat, the cushion behind this, that I don't want to take up too much time. I'm always willing to help.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, we did hear from Honorable Keon Begay, the Navajo Nation Advisory Council, and the Navajo Nation Agency Commanders. So at this time, colleagues, I'm going to turn the floor back over to the Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti Committee. Colleagues, is there, I don't have it. Hold on, let me check. I don't have anybody in the queue at this time. Honorable Otto, so floor is yours.
Okay. So I did work session little bit how a work session I don't pertaining to legislation 21 and 24. 21 pertaining to the process of the I believe the executive director the delegates have their region of veterans that they represent, and clearly see the sense that the the northern and agency delegates are aligned to the legislation, but we as delegates felt we represent certain delegates in our region. Just like for me now, I just heard from the Western Agency that they opposed legislation 21. And that's coming from the Western Agency. And the acquisition of telling a person, telling Mr. Goodman, you're saying it for the whole region. So veteran, assuming. So that's really, really good that we did get a generalized statement from our Western Agency commander to the Veteran Advisory Council. So to push the legislation through. When legislations come to the council, we assume that the delegate has done their homework and provided all the necessary to cross the T's and dot the I's pertaining to funding the trust fund. Committees have had that change, but lead dependent in Coco. Last so and it wasn't verbal, it was a written statement. So listening to the Western Agency Veterans Commander, we got our marching orders. Delegates that are in the Western Agency. We represent the Western Agency veterans as a whole. Yes, you may hear veterans from other agencies just to pass this legislation, but the green or red button that we press is going to impact our Western Agency veterans because AD did the communication pertaining to this matter, to these two legislations needs to be addressed. Maybe the sponsors of the legislation pertaining to the 21 and 24 need to go back out to fully recommend and get the message out to the Western Agency Command veterans and the Eastern Agency veterans. You just heard the chairwoman for the Veteran Advisory Council indicate that her and individuals would be able to help. But I'm not gonna just jump on the bandwagon and press green button and push this legislation through. My veterans in Western Agency are asking about this. Especially veterans on election day. They were asking about these things. That tells you that there's some sort of discommunication between the what's going on there and the inner political whatever's going on with the advisory council there. You know, you have I really don't know, but you guys need to align because each delegate, whether we press red or green, we're going to impact lives pertaining to this, especially if it's a legislation that's going to impact the Veterans Trust Fund. The way the Department of Justice has come up with the language that the 50-50 formula cannot be utilized. But we know that that has been done and precedent has been set. That's what it is. So they have either. And it's good that Department of Justice had brought that issue up pertaining to the distribution. Let's clarify that. I believe one of the presidential candidates, I remember him saying we need to go back and clarify a lot of these policies that are passed by council, whether it's financial policies, and this policy pertaining to the trust fund is a financial policy. Well, I'll go ahead and back up my Western Agency commander. He says that our agency veterans are not supporting this right now. We have to support them. Because the burden is not on the council that's not sponsoring this. The sponsor is supposed to get the information out there. Again, the sponsor needs to get the information out there. The burden is on the sponsor. So to me, the sponsor needs to continue to, I'm not saying he's not doing his work. But to amend policies that are at this size really need support. Veterans really want this to go, if 21 to go forward and 2022 to go forward as is. You really need to align and educate, get the message out there, because they're your fellow veterans too. But right now, our veterans are saying we're opposing 21 right now. That's what I heard. I haven't heard anything on 24, but I'm open-minded on that. Moving forward, Mr. Goodman, an official letter and a resolution. Because we want to make sure that we represent you. Your voice is heard there at council. The other delegates may cast their vote out either way. They want to vote on that particular legislation, whether they're from another agency, but they can move forward to try to proceed with that. But on 21, I will listen to the marching orders from our Western Agency commanders and our agency veterans in Western Navajo. The Navajo Nation Trust Fund and our Veterans Trust Fund, we all contribute to that trust fund through in the form of sales tax that is collected, which is called minimum set aside. Every Navajo citizen, child has $1 and buys a soda pop at the store costing $1. 18% of that sales goes to the minimum set aside. Out of the 18%, 4% goes into the Veterans Trust Fund. We help every Navajo citizen across the Navajo Nation. There's other trust funds that we put money to also. We have the Handicap Trust Fund. We have the Elderly Trust Fund that's in phase 2. As a nation, individual citizen, when we spend that dollar on Navajo, that tax goes to that fund there, which funds the, many different trust funds and funds of So, Mr. Goodman, moving forth, the legislation 24, we really need that that direction, because I'm a Western Agency member, and this last one I'm your voice at the council floor. I'm just not going to jump on the bandwagon and say I'm going to vote green for this legislation, because whether I vote green in this, it's going to impact you. Whether I vote red on this, it's going to impact you. Even now, it's okay to disagree and agree with somebody. Talk about a democracy. This is what democracy is. You have the right wing and the left wing. Even now, and we do agree that policy needs to be changed. As we move forth on this veterans issue, really need to get that out there, the message. Whether Ms. Brown is going to assist Key Allen to further educate or provide the information to the veterans in Eastern and to Western, I agree to that. But the Navajo Veterans Administration is under the executive branch. That has two responsibilities. We appropriate funds and we legislate laws. We're not there to tell the division director or the executive director to do this and do that. That's already embedded in his and also the financial aspect of the trust fund, how it's divvied up. There's policies already that's gearing and that's being followed to disperse these funds. And it's good that this legislation is here pertaining to changing these policies in these two areas. We need to make sure that we make a proper sound decision, because this is going to impact our veterans. Yeah? Well, a veteran may say, Odo so this and Odo so that, but I'm speaking on behalf of my delegates or my veterans in Western Agency. You may have given your marching order to your delegate in other agencies, but my delegate, my veterans in Western Navajo, even now, so hey, I just last so I Eastern Navajo today we heard them. Tell me if this is democracy or not. Listening to your constituency. Honestly, I don't think that the three-branch government has a form of a non-democracy atmosphere. So you see, the lady nahi kata as I ha the next is the door kick okay even now and I will stand with my Western veterans on this. Right now, their position on one legislation is they're against it. But the communication from the sponsor to the Western agency is needs to happen. This message, maybe the sponsor needs to really sit down with Mr. Goodman and other Western agency on a one-on-one. We just heard Eastern Navajo say that they had their meeting and the person, the sponsor showed up an hour late and presented a 40-minute presentation. And I'm going to tell you, I was there. It was at Twin Arrows at the, or not correction, it was at Fire Rock Casino. I waited with those veterans. I was there. I was in that bingo hall, Adamana State. Even now, even Hasti, Nova Snake, Ego. He didn't see me, Dahate, Kaik, like last so, Yaski, even now, the other East Dilchi. That's my position. But I'm open to discussion on this because whether it's a pro and con, there's pros and cons to every legislation. There's a good and there's a bad to it. Even not whether you vote red or green, you impact lives. Mr. Goodman, I really appreciate your leadership for Western Navajo. You need to and them individuals singling you out, saying that you're the only one that making the decision. I disagreed with that. Our conversation we had, and the conversation you had with the other delegates, and that's the reason why Western Agency, we aligned on this. This decision is going to really need to get more information out to the Western Agency community and Eastern. That's just from the presentation. But from here, I just would like to recommend that the sponsor continues to provide that education. But right now, we have a stance from our Western Agency on a particular legislation, and we will stand with you on that. And from the Western Agency, because if you look at the Western Agency vote, we united on it, and we did collaborate with that. Even after last on Moklinigi, no Kodo in Hinan Nikle. So o pohorni go other lab is the shida. Hofne koya Dutch India da hote ni hoya ke Dutch jelu. Even na by ba has twin lady ya na aya ne. Even na over has so kodo ya bin na kon his that could saw san ge Naabik'íyáti ho ye hai ke ade tha hot ego adishin. Furthermore, I will get the stance on legislation 24. But as a Western agency right now, we got our marching orders, and that's where we're at until more and further education and informal collaboration needs to happen from the sponsor to the veterans out here in the Western Navajo. The burden is not on the whole council. The burden is on the sponsor. Has on in the even na a sponsor So, as a prime sponsor, you are supposed to do your homework.
Speaker, point of order, Kialan. Speaker, point of order.
As Western Navajo Agency delegate, I support and stand behind my Western.
Speaker, point of order.
So, Speaker, and I will yield the time back to the floor. And and again, I support my Western Agency veterans and their position. Yeah.
Speaker, put me in the queue, UT.
I believe nobody's even monitoring the being the chair here, but everybody's just speaking whatever they want. And I don't need to be lectured. You need to be careful what you're saying to me. That's my point of order, Speaker.
Speaker, this is Delegate Daniel So. Put it Ash.
Didn't hit speaker. I didn't hit
Question so oil should be stuff. My veterans, no. Let's quit using my. We don't own them because the word my is a possessive pronoun. Let's be careful as legislators and even veteran commanders. Be careful. Yes, you are put in those positions, but for those folks that put you in that position, you aren't there. You don't own them. You don't have them. You represent them.
Chairman, let's establish a pro temp for this work session. You're going into freelance. I think. Is there any chairmen on the line that would like to move forward with this work session at this time?
Did somebody say freelance?
No, chairman.
Okay.
No chairman on here, and I guess I did the Q&A question earlier, but if it's okay with Mr. Daniel So and my colleagues I can go ahead and temporarily take over until whether Madam Chair or Mr. Speaker of the Nomination Council comes back online pertaining to this work session. But I'll gladly take the helm on this right now. So with that, Mr. So, Chairman So, is it okay? So is it consensus with the delegates who are on the line? Naabik'íyáti committee members.
There you go.
Why?
There you go.
Alrighty then, let's move forward with it. And earlier in the queue, I heard Mr. Eugene So.
Freeland, put Freeland in the queue, please.
Asked to be put in a television around Mr. Freeland. So that will be the order for the Q&A pertaining to the answers. And I'm going to go back to Mr. Allen Begay for his point of order. Honorable Begay?
I guess, again, you're trying to ease your way out of your comment, but you're being the chair now. But I believe that we are here to address the legislation and not pointing fingers back at me of that I need to have some responsibility addressing this particular legislation, and I believe that's what I'm doing right now at the moment. Speaker, that's my point of order.
Yeah, let me go ahead and go to Legislative Council to clarify this pertaining to the point of order, whether it's the whose responsibility is it for presenting and the information for the whole legislation, who holds the burden on it. And I'm going to go ahead and go to Legislative Council. Dana, are you on the line?
Good morning. This is Dana Bobroff. I'm Chief Legislative Counsel. I am on the line this morning. As far as the question goes, if you're talking about, obviously, the only place that is addressed in the code as who has a responsibility for presenting the legislation, that's, of course, the sponsor. There is nothing in the code that speaks to a sponsor's of a legislation's responsibility to go out and do presentations, anything along those lines. The only thing in the code and the rules is it is the sponsor's responsibility to present the legislation when it is in front of a committee or council. Back to you, Chair Pro Tem.
Okay, thank you very much for that, the response from Legislative Council. So, AJ, moving forth on the question of privilege,
Legislative Council.
Honorable Kealan Begay?
Yes, Kealan Begay.
Kealan Begay, your question of privilege.
Question of privilege. I know some of these procedural are not allowed on the Naabik'íyáti work session, but the responsibility becomes to be an issue right here, and our Legislative Council begins to side with your statement or comment. But I believe that's the reason why we scheduled this work session, and I'm sure that's the responsibility I'm taking right now. Making the notion and I'm taking the responsibility is out of order, Chairman. That's my point of privilege is for Ms. Bobroff to pinpoint to where in the policy that says that I am the responsible of everything that the council had referred this back to the Naabik'íyáti committee for further discussion. Speaker or Chairman.
Thank you very much. That's the reason, Kealan Begay, this is the reason why I went back to Legislative Council to refer what's in the code so that we can get information clarified. And yes, if you are the sponsor of legislation 0021-22 and 0024-22, you are the sponsor to present the legislation. And in this case right now, Naabik'íyáti, the Navajo Nation Council has referred these two legislations back to the Naabik'íyáti committee as a work session. And at this time, you are presenting, and what questions were posed was from the body who had additional comments and questions, and this is the reason why the statements were made. But in lieu of what Legislative Council has indicated, is that the sponsor, you have the helm right now to present an answer to this legislation. So I'm going to turn the floor back over to you in a bit, but I'm going to go back to Mr. Eugene So for questioning, and I'll come back to you, Honorable Kealan Begay. Okay, Honorable Eugene So, go ahead and proceed with your question. Thank you.
Another?
Oh, Eugene So, you have the floor.
Question. Just another. So, the Cody Bave, Kennedy work session, and the Hatela, and now they concentrate at the news at the northern that the the Stephen Sawyer had a lot of need the Hazy
I know one of the agency veterans, artists at the house, in terms of legislation, resolution opposing. So even now, even now, city ajo, ato state na state lang so, ajo works as ko be ke niya. Hala ada assist out. So, very nice in uniform. So such as that all that all that it out. It's not in uniform, but it needs. For sleep that I need then you're not in uniform. That's so in a group. Oh, but it's not in uniform. So it's to go about so that says that sat up not can hat that of what that the and so regarding to this legislation constantly la hat so what that is that the nature all that instant work session. That's how I understand how I apprehend what a work session is, to straighten out the areas where these one of the agencies don't really agree to. Hagela, these so careful, yeah. Other than the say by that, she'll call, yeah, you get all done. Could that and she ate us, don't it will be in cases while we're marching. The she start at in this castle. Now, when you're out of step, I got to zero. I got to get back into step. But I seen in this work session, so we can all be one and forward this legislation out of the way. So that's what I'm listening to. The opposing group needs to tell us where they don't like the legislation. Protest. So that way we can iron it out for them and the other agencies. We added the house, the head of the this. That's all specialty. Now, the head no change. There's all those but that's all this. That way, like I said, we'll be marching. See to the count. Cut all this. You know, that's all the that's up. You say, oh, I don't know that kind of boots. You know, say you can't do it. Hanadi kind of have it not always. The present sign it all this. This is what I see as a work session. So I would like to see why they're opposing it, where they're opposing it, what language, then we can proceed with this. Otherwise, it's over here. So we want to see where the opposition is, what language. They don't, because other agencies, so ask them where, or did they make some kind of a language in there they wanted to be pushed in there. They tried to have a say all there. I shared all this, I said, thought I was trying to consult with my colleagues. They said that, I'm sorry I wasn't here the first part of the session here. I was with the Net Action Plan Advisory Group. I think that I'm right in here with the group, trying to march with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Eugene. So I'm going to move forth and going to turn back to the Q&A to Honorable Naabik'íyáti to the two questions posed by Honorable Otto So, and Honorable Eugene So at this time. And then afterwards will be after the questions are answered, we will move forth to go ahead and check with Mr. Freeland for his next in the queue. So at this time, Honorable Naabik'íyáti, you have the floor.
Chair, others and Arnold Kodo Ndaidos Ayana Kid Naidos so far. The Veteran Advisory Council Kodo Sahatahasi their position Joe Aji But I just want to clarify, Kodo, again, I'm not sure how to respond. Our legislative council, if she should know that this is a direction by the council to refer the legislations back to the Naabik'íyáti committee for further questions that councils have, that there was specific instruction. If the council had asked me to go out to the agencies, then I would have done that. So these are the procedures and the protocol that I'm just following right now. So just trying to point the fingers back at me of my responsibility is really obvious, is that, I mean, just trying to have blame somebody else of this whole situation. And I believe that the PowerPoint presentation has been out in the public for the past 4 or 5 months as well. Latin Fish Bahasa under Betat need and Shinda Yahijeki not on Naabik'íyáti committee, which a window ni a quador night the kidigit alla and here hullo. What ni go in that be it ni Ado quador Salazzo not anis chingo that they kaki. Which in the dash 8 or shito neither I down which it don't need to share what ego bahanana sad or lint a call quack is not shabak at the tea. Only be no nito nina salash at niniki. Right now I'm following the vote of what the council had voted on. I sent an email almost an hour ago. I'm still waiting for a specific question on the legislation. In the snow could email me to slot at the hundred not kid. A coco could stab night kidiki, Mr. Eugene So. Ela on it but sat down the quack. Not the kid or you but night the kiddy but now go could not up it or Johoto need to gauge it at in the Bessasta Haki Latik at Nalsosna Hateliaki, Tobinyak at the Peniki, Haki Latik Apiata, Sotobo, Adobiketa, Haki Lae Nahot, it is Akila Haki, Judge it snow and so a Kodota Satasha, a coation al that's a Kagonda Ecuador, Jo, not answered, Linigi Behatis. Earlier, or Z, it's a trickery legislation. No, maybe pose that question to the presidential vice president, because he's the one that developed this particular legislation, and I can firmly say that I tried to recommend to have a separate two legislation for these two legislations. It's been not hindered. I was overruled by the Legislative Council that this particular 21-22 to be combined. So if there's a blaming to do and there's a trickery, maybe ask the former Legislative Council for the person to ask, clarify the reason why that particular legislation was developed in that fashion. So ede kodo akwagi not be hadis sen on atlot na halon kodo hatelia hatniniki do hot eda. Donald so had the night I don't show that Dikat Nakikola his and Ligi Atoshia Eta Asati as a standalone legislation Koshahadele H18 need a Kutaba has seen. I believe that Kodor, our Veteran Advisory Council, had also Kodor Bebehon Nepinina did our Shlaki Ebeton need Ebebecha or Zina. Although, again, another clarification, I didn't say that they were publicly published in the newspaper. My statement was that I tried to ask to be publicized in the newspaper they need. The neck Ashbayat Hito, Nep Ashbebe Hoto, Nihiki, Quaki, Joa a large Tasataki, or neck Ashayat Hipena, Stajo, what are a deep in Nae, not so Liniki, what on so the Hajot, Nandiniki, has Nagi Penina. So a Statope Peta dead, Sto Arjeti, a Kohalet, Ala Nilan Soya Kodoche, Abansas case of Tasatasha Zinke. Peninago Ashink, a Kododa, Tajog, at Batanenta, Sitsilla. Let's go to the legislation and line by line, where are the specific questions that our legislative, that the council has questions on. And then what specifically is it that needs to be changed? And then if you further direct me as a Naabik'íyáti committee, go out on need on latte, but it's in your hand. I can't just start taking the legislation out of your hand and start going to other areas, because you are the body that you're the governing as far as the discussing this particular legislation. Our veterans But again, this is just a tactic delay to further delay this particular legislation. That's the bold statement that I can make on record. But nonetheless, I don't have a problem going back out. I don't have a problem talking in spehos and at neck ajay la apa hashnet obe nebelchinash edo shlan adato edo shat hanet dashe ko kwa gigi to hasha an he kwa Western Agency to Eastern Agency delegates no clinici hage shlatosh ka ocho shog organize or say to sato even I should call this land. I believe that they probably won't even come out to my meeting. Stop meeting scale maybe next week, 2 weeks. So that let's schedule these series of session in one day after another to all the agency. Go and when we're scheduling this meeting, I like to see all of the agency delegates at these meetings. But nonetheless, I don't have a problem going back out. But you see, the legislation itself.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Callan, for your response. Apparently, this hold on, Dana.
Okay, yes.
So how the work session works is that the presenter is given a certain time frame, and that time frame has expired, and the information that is supposed to be conveyed from the sponsor to the Naabik'íyáti committee members who are online. You had 20 minutes to present your presentation, and at the same time, additional 20 minutes or additional minutes was granted for the proposal, or the presentation correction. That presentation had a time frame, and I'm going to go back and stay within the work session timeline and the work session Naabik'íyáti always meeting regulation. So a committee rules what I'm getting to. So Honorable Callan, the additional information line by line that you want to go through, your time has expired. So at this time, we are on the Q&A from the Naabik'íyáti committee members pertaining to the legislation. Moving forth, I'm going to turn to Legislative Counsel Dana. So I know you did ask something before I go to another question, another answer that needs to be provided by the veteran organization. So Dana?
Thank you. First thing that I want to do is I want to clarify what I said before. I think it got misinterpreted, and that's probably my responsibility because, as you can tell, my voice is failing right now. But I just want to clarify for Delegate Begay that all that I said was that the code states that it is the sponsor of the legislations responsibility to present the legislation to committees and council. I absolutely did not say that it was the sponsor's responsibility to go out and present it to all communities or to different organizations. Most certainly he can do that if he chooses, but the code only states that he is responsible for presenting it at committees and council. And then I will offer, but I'll let you come back to me if you wish for me to talk about why 0021 is one legislation and not two. There's an absolute reason for that. So I will wait to be asked about that if you wish. Other than that, back to you, Chair. So.
Thank you very much. And that's where I was going after this. Back to you, Legislative Council Dana Barbara, pertaining to that matter, pertaining to why the legislation, the reason why the legislation 221 was not separated. So that was my next move from here. So with that, Dana, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Phil, and to the audience, I want to right off the bat apologize if I'm hard to understand. The legislation is broken is in one instead of two legislations because there are interrelated parts that, and the first part of the legislation, if you will read through it, you can go to starting on page 4, and these are the amendments to the code. And the first amendment, we're looking at page 4, starting at line 23. And this section is addresses the hiring of the Veterans Administration Director. Previously, what this takes out, and I am still at line 22, it deletes the words, the President of the Navajo Nation, after consultation with the Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council, shall obtain by contract for a term of 6 years an executive director who shall head the Veterans Administration. What I just read has been deleted. That section established the executive director would be employed through a contract. That removes that phrase and instead places the executive director as a political appointee who will serve at the pleasure of the council. I've moved on to line 28 on page 4. Now we're going to move on to page 5. I am not going to read every section just for time and such, but I will point out starting on page 5, line 3, it starts to change the process for how the executive director is hired. And it starts with the fact that the executive director the president is going to recommend a executive director to the Navajo Nation Veterans Board of Commissioners. Now, that's the first change from commissioners, from council, from the Veterans Council, making it a Board of Commissioners. And so we're changing that section, making it a Board of Commissioners, right now. But keep in mind, there isn't a board of commissioners at this point. There's still a council. Then it goes. Then the next section talks about the board of commissioners shall indicate through resolution its support to the Navajo Nation's president nominee and forward the nominee to the Health, Education, and Human Services and Navajo Nation Council for confirmation. Okay, that's if the Board of Commissioners agrees or supports the president's recommendation. If the Board of Commissioners does not support the nominee, then they notify the president, and the president shall nominate another nominee. So that's how the process would work. But I want to point out that with all the references to Board of Commissioners, which changed from the Advisory Council, we have to change the Advisory Council not only to a Board of Commissioners, but we have to update their authorities. And the update of that, the major update of that is authorities is their involvement in the selection of the their authority or their involvement in the selection of the executive director. And if you will look on page 7, what was in the Veterans Administration statute about that I read earlier about the selection and the appointment of the Veterans Administration is repeated here. And so you can't, and so the reason that could only be one legislation is because if you separated them, then you're not going to match if you did the one about the executive directors first, and it was approved and passed, then that's saying things are done by the commissioners, the Board of Commissioners, but there isn't a Board of Commissioners yet, and they don't have any authority to be involved in the appointment of the executive director. So we had to put them in one statute, in one legislation, so that the changes to the authority match. Think about it this way. Let's just say you broke them up into two legislations and only one passed by council. The other one failed. Well, then you have nonsense because the authorities don't match. So that is the explanation as to why they needed to be put into one legislation. That was, I believe, I was assured that was explained to Delegate Begay. And Mr. Abeda did talk to me about it, and I agreed, and I still agree, that it needed to be in one legislation for legal sufficiency purposes. Back to you, Chairman So.
Thank you very much, Mr. Or Madam Legislative Council, Ms. Barbaugh. With that, a question pertaining to why the legislation was not separated has been outlined by Madam Legislative Council at this time. So with that, moving forth, I'm going to call on Honorable Mark Freeland at this time. Freeland, you have the floor.
Naabik'íyáti committee members, adult staff, and sponsor the legislation, Honorable Kiel Begay. everyone on this call. And I appreciate the dialogue and discussion we're having this afternoon. Thank you to Commander Platero for speaking and allowing to voice his concerns as well on the legislations at hand. I also too want to resignate as an Eastern delegate. We also have to listen to our veterans and Eastern Agency as well, and knowing that the advisory council seems to be split 3-2. We have to sit back down at the table and figure things out and have a compromise of some sort. And I appreciate my brother, Honorable Kealamigay, mentioning that he's willing to go back out and talk to the veterans and especially Eastern and Western. And I was gonna recommend that, but you already brought that up, brother. So I definitely appreciate that, and look forward to some dialogue and discussion with the Eastern veterans as well. I was very much attentive to these discussions and deliberations as well, and when we had spoke, and then of course the concerns that were brought up during the protests outside the council chambers, and I was looking for Eastern veterans on that day and I didn't see any, so I went around and called the commander and asked him if he was aware of this. But just to put things in hindsight, I appreciate us, the willingness of the sponsor, my brother, and the willingness of him to come out to Eastern and talk to the veterans and devise a compromise of some sort, and just look at alternatives. And I think that's the only way we can make things work. And we have to support our veterans, all of them, and we all have to be on the same page. All 5 agencies have to be on the same page. So I really want to encourage us to work together and for us to come to some solutions and recommendations. And I think what Honorable Otto So said is very true. And the red or green votes are going to impact veterans in some form or fashion. And being involved with the CVOs and being involved at 8 chapters and whatnot, you get to hear a lot at the local level and as a delegate. So I appreciate the encouragement. I appreciate the dialogue, and I of course look forward to speaking to my brother more thoroughly, Honorable Kealamigay, and working with Commander Platero and the Eastern Agency Veterans Organization. So Edia, thank you. Shana.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving forward, I'm going to go down to Honorable Chairman Rick Nance. You have the floor.
Honorable Otto So, Pro Tem Chairman, Otto and the sponsor, Otto Honorable Kealamigay Jr. Shitsala, Gehe Hutaego, Sad Betana Hutit Ahi Behas Ani, Nahatelia Shalasho, Ashi Bahat Hutalana, Nahat or Nis Judanasa. Yonde Desenil Sanko. Ja. Ayos Ani Tlenhalan Tida. I could end the Kehe Aren Hitch had I saw Zigin, his last son, not Seneke. Nick his last so the Schnego, ja. A nation. A Bahazinico, respect or Gehegishi be. Nikhil Nahan Sahakesko Olga Ala Shujent World War II veteran Linda Eben Nachan Siskesco the last saw Nikhil Lensoban Siskes Althogo around the Nihibeshmans Anna Corrosion and Anna Seneki Ani 80 the Bahonits and Gochohonits. Dohiani, Dohaliani, Donit, Lindashi. Behas Ani Bay not on the high Henson Tabayastikiko. But Aban Siske, Winson, at Nego, Jo Eol guest at debate. I'd large eight for the Zenbehat, if though even the Han Sikkes the hashed a hat or Zikita. Hat out zehikit ego kwaien neteligenjo nana atasit hisasate Akudi corona kigabehas on in hitatos saws work session. For the work session, it ni legislation 021-22 out of 024-22. And large data Navajo Nation Veterans Administration Executive Director amending the selection process benaya. Fait au nasta tipe has ani kador ninsike atayi nelgo chechito dot ishe atayi nelgo eshin khait abe khahotenil nasla kwa akwati khait au selection process a large tasataki ti salah sobat khaz aj Fait la big echodin neto lake added ehegit au nikisalat so do basiat eta Kala achonego yaha resolution sad betana hodit ahich ye nadija Ndo asla ot ego best ego at all ne jodana endeta ada honna tasataki yaha Bikhodine geht abachon nosando bachonite Lan hisalat sod obriat eta Jashi to double racism dan led dan de Chisizegi to honst eda to belakana hit egota Jean Schlada Halan ho katen and liniki penina hot on sedekis Kala Nachalchen sa do the nedan lineage is nazka ebony na racism hit it on nitligan fanan klaslate hot archini tlado le hikishi edo ben ha hot it and the satishi hota he hotahat hot end the koroban suskesko Kait all la or nasty the selection process niniki quaki egasashi bahwint quakas ani and the Veterans Trust Fund bahwint a hot end the koto selection process niniki shede go Navajo Nation President Slinko go hodesh face the land is the last so Pele ayat go honya ajashiat at a honyan the khedila yaha petiat eko yaha ohnet asatado le lati Veterans Administration Executive Director at nego bebet it leto betol zin akhotit the neck achiyas tike la na bet the hoye Alan Hisalaf Chod and Lenigate and Nebeza dot it ego sapatiata eto koroben hitchaka or Z Northern Agency do code talkers or lié bezat behonez mana kodo don hitten land on the Halland Sasata a Jashinge on hitten land doshin had on hitten land at the needs and then again, his last so ye by Henny Ziniki, Benacha Honez Naniki, gain his zad. Nere can Danahal go Sane Kakobeshbas and Nate Leniki at the Jeho one Senate, other a year Jeho one Congress, not any bitch has Zekodon Histo, bitch hada Zeko. Yat Ishman, I could a Kendanal good in Hinan Shadat, Enigi, She Yaharik Nazin, Yehowa San and Shla, or they touchy, the Bashish Sin Tanahapit in Dashet Shay, and the Kia Ani Dashanella, Nere Navajo Nation Hall, get it and never Nahas Sotan, Nehiza Behonaz Nanigiti, Hot Abe, Yashki, Sadikiti ish, Navajo Nation Code Talker, baby. Ben Shahat Olsen Benin Nation Navajo Nation Niki Koro that any kid in a Yekod and Hani Kre Ndash Nesate Dort ego besjatat echten lebezadidit inkonere kendahal grede Washington DC bedi nede. Ebene na di kwagi executive director has anki tere kheda kon khana rago kota aje has agigi tere khut ego de nebezad ye yaftik of ye enniko ye ya hunzen dort nasad giben a kagonet sotel zengo betzil got en hizad. Eben nachen siskes go de hunebe has ani ednaheki estois zokot nebezad yaftik dort ne kodochut ego salat sort at nasta zle yat ehot shazadiki Shetland Ledo, Beshit Yatchik or Shetliat Etanism, Sa Ebenina, Ahot Eheki, Ban Sahakes or Shiat Ende, Ad Yahatik, Ahonda Dasatake, Hot Ego Sad Be Bichi Yatchik or Aden hit Nedan Heraces Nan hit Nedo Hot Edande. A Quagi, Joba, Hot Needs in Stoti, Ne. Ben hitch and a hot it has lain hot zaki benina. Aha hot a shipenina that's a cross at Seleho, but that na a berace shina, but that no, but yet I had a cardona, but and those sad benabat and trash. Ala sad a hot eki behona and nishko an it orchard and the hot is asha. Benina ayo hadatz ago the hatch not a hati zisa. Ebenina di hajot il executive director geek up in the deal trust. Right all la hati ni hisalat soge but yat echo yesnal nisto executive director in zenekit ya hat zekit aro ye yan tis keso ye yan dust in. About in Goisa I thought is it at a baban seek hasten the Bahotini Zendition and no Seneki Mitch Hotins and Behato Zihikin Hisi Destiny. A late iron sick case Lenere after Hahot Zoe Western. In Lido Hahot Zogi last hate iron sick case Northern ended the after go Hahot Zogi do. Nere 45 sta gehad zogi lachit arspeshmas anjan sikke stoja hatot zetla pala pa hono yashnant anot seneke o hajo nabikiel tito hajo pan sahaj keziki hot anitsen aro para huishis ko kodot it as nere afnato kodot is also car has aje eastern do western agency Ato shata to ato hojobe shilkhan tahan nigishe pahotol jishito yo hot egidel legislation tashahat elia forest carbon credits olgego nte khoshto nin lego agency di biche hadina foto nin den takato ata agency bit is holno da hotoni Ako chapters dit is it as ago banago ebet khadit is it nido hosta be isla. Jonde khonezna ajnashe isla tchiji and neiti based on chapters get don hodo nesta ado bedin nida. Ajnashe tchio and ba hen senjot ashian sekesbe oni zen do ba hensen. Doi hashi bana hashket or the schnedan the didi a hot ego be has ani hatel iniki it the chiji that yo aslashido tishi that yo as adot era ados ka hanat or after hit for the zanati atonas nahino nado les adot era so hat hat aja at akosto higher. Oh yeah, I'm just gonna make adjustments now. Queens needs Ade ha Johata had a liala penada nail tenshina hatney. Hans Rashin Nachego ha a slat nached a dilla do hot air and a hatney hedla Korobe Behas ani bahanada dornel, Eda Diana is Nana Hedai behas ani bahanada dornel. Ihot ana nishikidel, Edo Joshin has edil nil adot, Era Jo Naabik'íyáti go. Jo eolia Naabik'íyáti. Do chen heta gasto ye got a napan halgashiki Eda. Echeta glasto dot Eda. Khala hot a chadizunjat ehon jonako. Kodo honorable freelands at Salee hat zip and Hensen yat eho shint il neto yat ehon hedot afton his a last sourcing ashin pat il net bahol jishko. Ado anos kon digin kilta hallo God bless each and every one of you. Thank you for the time and listening to me. Back to you, Mr. Pro Tem Chairman. So.
Thank you very much, Chairman Rick Nez, for time. And before I give time back over to the presenter, colleagues, there's a recommendation that is posed by Honorable Chairman Rick Nez, indicating that the selection of the individual that will be selected for the Veteran Advisory or the Executive Director should speak Navajo, and I believe that's a new twist to this legislation. And I just want to see the expansion and the conversation pertaining to the position to be a Navajo speaking position. And the Navajo speaking position speaks to whether it's fluency or non-fluency. But so with that, Legislative Council, Chairman Nez has indicated that he makes a recommendation to insert that the Executive Director shall speak Navajo also. And also the way that I see that the selection process may be made by the President. But the Navajo portion is something that is a new option. And just see if we can prepare language ready for that amendment. But I'm gonna go ahead and ask for a consensus or to see if our colleagues here have a disagreement to allowing our director to be a Navajo speaking director also. So the executive director the next so I'm going to open the floor for that pertaining to that issue there. And with that, I have Eugene So in the queue right now. Honorable Eugene So.
Moving the queue to sustain. Another? So I feel that I thought that was already in there when I was looking at it. Art and medalist fluently, yeah. I think it's really possible. So shall no, we put shall in there, which means also mandatory. So what I call what I go to a deep husband, he says, next year keep husband. So I need Western world, so he can't better than his clean that I'm next year. And hard not a hard Kagota. So I take Kagota. But about that, I don't know how I did this and when so I used that. Of course, I started the next show that over stars and know what the next started over Ada. So I just cheated the whole veterans. So I the veteran by just cheated and you had to be in both sides. I just ask answer. See what you was husband or a start already. So I do agree with that.
And the reason why is she can't see she's not in regards to the government or Trump is not right now. All the veterans that they don't respect they see them in Republican. They fought for democracy around the world. And yes, I don't know how to see it up on how to know. Wait out. That's how I see it. This coming election. Just to speak now he's conduct action. Liz Cheney is not a lot of votes against her because she was standing up for democracy, the Constitution. So that's where we're headed. And that's why that happened. 1/6 Washington has under the aid that we are in a situation where our own people are fighting against democracy and throw it out of the White House. So we're in real critical area right now, but we need to respect. And there's no the next yes she is that I used other that yo that it tweet as ringing I but you just show the change need has no next you get it but the gun so you it's just as you need a sort of put language in there. I don't make a analysis. I don't Navajo. I don't Telecommunicat analysis. So I don't crash. We lose them. So we do need a very good fluent Navajo speaking director in the Ecuador of the hospital. That's another other share. And also on the element the Hastigi say each of the status need and any legislation. The reason why I voted like I told is all the agency were not walking in cadence in Nago. They're walking are not in uniform. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to turn the floor.
Delegate Daniel So.
Honorable Daniel So, you have the floor. Question privilege.
Vice Chair, this is Delegate Charles Stephen. Can you add me to the queue too? Thank you.
Daniel. Francis Philip, Temp Chair, other colleagues, Naabik'íyáti, other on the traffic to the now. I know Quaggy, Miss Chief Legislative Counsel, Miss Dana Bobroff. My question of privilege is, we have a motion and a second to adopt these two legislation. And there was a motion and a vote to refer it to the NABI work session. At the minimum, by convening this work session, we've met that vote requirement. And my question is, whatever comes out of this work session, we have to report back to, do we have to report back to the Navajo Nation Council before we can request the Honorable K. Allen Begay to go meet with the Western and the Eastern veteran organizations? My question is, we met the requirement of the work session. We report back to the council. We held the work session. Do we have to get orders from the council to say to Honorable K. Allen, go do presentations at the agency veterans organization? That is my question of privilege.
Thank you very much for your question of privilege. And I'm going to turn that over to staff pertaining to what the information that was taken down when the deferment of or allowing these two legislations to come back to Naabik'íyáti committee as a work session. So Madam Chief of Staff for Legislative Branch, Ms. Yazi, can you go ahead and expand on the question of privilege pertaining to the requirements of the work session and what work session? So do we have to report this back to Naabik'íyáti, or that back as Naabik'íyáti committee has to bring this back to Navajo Nation Council as a form of a report before the Navajo Nation Council picks up this legislation 0021-22 and legislation 0024-22 as a requirement. What are the requirements? Madam Chief of Staff, Shirlene Yazi.
My question, Pro Temp Chair, to Ms. Dana Barbara, Chief Legislative Counsel.
Okay, well, let's refer that to Chief Legislative Counsel Dana Barbara.
Thank you. This is Dana Barbara. In response to Chairman Daniel So's question, now that the work session has taken place or is taking place, at its conclusion, a report should be put together summarizing what took place. But once this work session has taken place, then this legislation is eligible to be brought up from the floor again. It will need to be motioned up. And what I do want to point out, it was tabled for the work session. So basically you have to, you're going to have to call it up from the floor as a tabled legislation. The report that the reasons it was tabled should be shared, information that the tabling requirements were satisfied. Once it's called up from the floor, you go forth as you would with another legislation, you amend it, etc. But Delegates Daniel So also asked another question that I want to make sure that I address. We are in a work session. The members on the work session could request that Delegate Begay go out and present to other agencies or other places, but that is a request. That is just a request from fellow delegates. It's not part of the tabling motion. I don't believe it is. Legislative Services could correct me on that, but I don't believe that is part of the tabling motion. But it would be up to Delegate Begay if he wished to honor that request. I think I've covered everything. Left to you, Chairman. So.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, or Chief Legislative Counsel Dana Barbara, for responding to that. Honorable
question of privilege.
Honorable Daniel, so I'll come back to you. Let me summarize what Madam the Chief Legislative Counsel has indicated. I'll come back to your first question of privilege. But sounds like the work session is in compliance, but the Navajo Nation Council has requested. It will be up to the sponsor
whether he or she will be able to take the legislation back to the agency. But as we have this work session, we are in compliance of the work session at this time. And then along with it, Naabik'íyáti committee can also direct or motion or correction can also request that a agency update or allow the sponsor to reach out to the agencies, different agencies, to inform the agencies on what the of the particular legislation. But adeya has anik asoko Bishmas ande ne Naabik'íyáti committee work session kodo so even now not this work session right now, as we are in session, we are complying with the work session that was requested by the Navajo Nation Council. Also, a report can be generated and also can be reported to the council, but it's not stipulated in the request, according to what I comprehend from the legislative, Chief Legislative Council. Question privilege, Daniel So. Turn the floor back over to you.
Okay. This question of privilege is to Chief Legislative Counsel, Ms. Barbara. Moments ago, here, Rick Nez talked about an amendment. And then there was discussion. And the presiding chair basically says, is there consensus among the group for that amendment? My question of privilege is, in the regular legislative process, when a legislation is before a committee or the council, whoever wants an amendment, ask Chief Legislative Counsel to draft it. And then from there, it's introduced by motion. And so I'm wondering and asking if the presiding chair is in order to ask Naabik'íyáti committee members if there is consensus for that particular position that Honorable Rick Nez spoke about, regarding requiring or legislating that the Veterans Administration Executive Director be or be able to speak Navajo. Madam Chief Justice, back to you, Chair Oduso.
Thank you very much. Not the Chief Justice, but Madam Chief Legislative Counsel. Madam Chief Legislative Counsel, I'm going to come to you to answer the question of privilege that was posed by Honorable Daniel So.
Thank you, Chairman Oduso. Gosh, I was hoping I got to be Chief Justice for just a few minutes.
Chairman Oduso, Delegate Rick Nez, point of privilege, sir.
Honorable Rick Nez, point of privilege.
Yes, let me make some clarifications, okay? I recommended, I'm not saying that we're going to make an amendment today, right now, during a work session. This is a work session. I can wait for my amendment, but I would like to hear what other recommendations will be made today. So when it comes back to the council floor, then I would know how to consider making a motion for my recommendation that I had stated as far as speaking Navajo. So I just want to make that clarification right now. And back to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much for Honorable Chairman Nez for clarifying your statement presenting to regarding to the a required a possible amendment, and that's how I indicated that I got your information, and it was something that I moved to the floor to get delegates to weigh in on this proposal for that position to be able to be the person who is selected, he or she would be in Navajo speaking. But that's the reason why I was indicating that, you know, is there a consistency or what is the topic? But there was no decision on that. That's the reason why I went to the floor to see what the committee members would recommend, because out of this work session, an amendment can be generated from here. That way, when this legislation gets back to the Navajo Nation Council, an amendment could be ready to work. We could have a working amendment ready. But Honorable Daniel So indicates that you know, it's each individual delegate's responsibility or correction right to propose an amendment from the floor, and he is right on that. The law indicates that a delegate has the right to introduce legislation and to amend the legislation. But with that, thank you for that clarification. With that, I'm going to go back to Legislative Council Dana Barbara.
Thank you. Let me see if I. Thank you. So I think it's been summed up fairly well. Amendments cannot be made at a work session. Any delegate, when it gets to the council or committee floor, can
It's Barbara. I thought you still on the line.
I apologize. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I apologize. I'm not sure exactly what happened, why I lost. But anyway, as I was saying, any delegate can make an amendment when it comes to the council floor. They do not need a consensus of the work session attendees to make the amendment. So I believe that Chairman Otto So's request for consensus was, I'm going to classify it as information gathering, but it was just a request for information. Delegates are not required to state during a work session on how they want to vote on something, but they certainly can share that. I think that should answer the question. Back to you, Chairman. So.
Thank you very much, Madam Chief Legislative Council. With that, the answer pertaining to has been answered to the consistency issue. The other is to the reporting mechanism to the body of the Navajo Nation Council. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and move forward to the floor, but I have Honorable Herman Daniels in the queue at this time. And then after that, I have Mr. Jimmy Yellowhair and then Madam Chair Charles Newton. Honorable Daniels, you have the floor.
Thank you. Should say Delegate Chairman Otto So Arida Senat Senigi Naabik'íyáti committee members, Arondaski staff, legislative council, Miss Barbara, along with your staff. Thank you. Adonana the last phone, Sandigi. Thank you for getting on the line today. Arondakudo Hasil so a Baha Z even Nashako a Kudoba Bansaha Cheso even yes, Kudo. Arokodo should say Delegate K. Allen Gay Jr. Kudo should say. So na shna ashlo zay give it a chain hoshna ash what are that ho kodo legislation 021-0024 so you could have seen for a yes kodo na great summer session at for a work session Naabik'íyáti to take at least sequel asigi could have been that way. A cocodo, night the kitty to a codo a the kitty to codo a high strong codo. Call at the question about that the codo that should now codo Chairman Nanko Yahat the cocodo, the director as Hoshin for Yahat the codo, is over this case ago. Shadana has long that and later the Ghana that my cases in his Shada, not the level that the neck is a to this Shada, not all lesson from that did. Or the Snehodo. So very care what I hear in that Snehodo. It's very lot how to show you what they said. I don't know Kodona great Kodo. Or three kodo, the che kodo, Delegate K. on the K. The Western Agency. So hasn't Eastern Agency though. But non started so it is actually native. Baby, Nahan net or less. A call. I just for net that what argo. A call add night the kitties or how you. Raid at the local agency veterans at that Kagisi, Lagos United kid. Yeah, neither dos kid. I don't know at the sneak of it all. This one has unmade Lenny. The dash aunt a Yale kid, the dash aunt L C kid. Because the last photo of the Kohasit Eshigi, a kitna and the Solgagi. Equatori Bebe Hallo, a cohort at it in a later Western Agency, General A. Yisnadness, Narada, Director and Leniki. I don't know if the house ain't over that, Edo. A coco, a hitna on the Solgegi. That is very important for the communication. I see that, see. That is very important for the Kodona Gata. Kodoba or three Adonana Miss Brown, Sokodo, last phone Lenigi Shama, Edo Shama, Ecuador, Suzanne Delicati, Chino, Edo Shamashito, Busy, or other Shita Keho, Hasin for your heart, Zico, Hasin for a car, see, I don't know your heart, Zico, Malay Eastern Azo, which are not stale, Western, which are not stale. But on the other neck is about a nego, a quite easy in the big, to know a Yahat Zico. So I think that the Honet not Argo. A cocodo, Ahonet in the Adole, Fabetan how did I now for the educated the net deck or legislation. The changes are not it. I don't know thought, as well as not it. A dot of our hint, either out I. Benelness. I call them. I don't echo that it's a big at a Hazo, I guess that deal, Nessie Hazo, I bake now deal. Joe don't need to get what either. I call a saint of a should say what all, say of what means Kate or let go to go out to Western Agency and sit down with the veterans, Commander Lenigi, Vice Commander. I don't know because last so as Ecuador she ada baby na hoton. I don't know Ecuador gaita. I see hoton Ecuador as far as Lenigi Western Agency will be there so hoton. Out of Eastern she so hot. So the two agencies so Ecuador oy andiana ites kito oy aber bet is anhalten ho. Hot ko. So that doesn't also basically so hot is Ecuador. Arosad by at the hot is Ecuador. So that ko ito si that I see there. I see hot on me so when the agency go betran astago. Arabe nahat neko. Really yago sa the don me so see that kokodo. Maybe they have good recommendations as kokodo. Add ita amendment or sago sa get the don me so that see there kokodo. So AD kodo na rate and his last floor gate kodo the last floor but by age kodo do basit kodo na rate Western Agency as the last floor halonigi could na rate by age keep business and Lenigi Western Agency. So it is all kodo baba na oska what does it say? Ako na rate to have another meeting kodo to have a meeting with the Western Agency. Around the kodo na Eastern Agency so to let's kodo. So it is kodo means kedo let's say aruna obana oska kodo. Kodo sinota isn't that is let's say. So that was hospital kodo pro temp chair kodo chairman so.
Thank you very much, Madam Mr. Honorable Herman Daniels, for your question to the work session and to the also to the presenter to the work session. But before we'll go back to the presenter. I'm going to go ahead and go to address the meeting with the Western Agency Commander and the Eastern Agency Commander. I think that should be, we should have something scheduled between the Eastern delegates and the Western delegates to have that dialogue, to see where to have that dialogue pertaining to the two particular legislations. And I would recommend to reach out to your agency, to the agency caucus chair. I believe Western Agency has a caucus chair, and then the Eastern Agency has a caucus chair, to go ahead and reach out to the organization of the Western Agency to have this dialogue. And if I'm in order, Ms. Dana, I just want to make sure that does the agency caucus for the Navajo Nation Council, do they still exist at this time? Because of I believe the agency caucus was formed to create the standing committees and their expansion of their authorities. How far do they expand? Are they disassembled once they selected make the selection of the standing committees from the agencies, or is the agency caucus still in order, so that the agency caucus chairman can go ahead and help the I guess in this case the sponsor with his to create additional dialogue pertaining to these work sessions. So before I go back to the presenter, Dana, can you answer that question for me, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Otto. So, to the best of my knowledge, the agency councils have not been dissolved. They still exist, but it's my understanding that they have really not met or utilized. The agency caucuses have not been meeting, etc., because of the pandemic and everything moving to online or telecommunications. But to the best of my knowledge, nothing has dissolved the agency council. Thank you. Back to you, Chairman Cho.
Thank you very much for that clarification. I just want to make sure that the information pertaining to the agency caucus is still intact. But Honorable Herman Daniel, that would be my recommendation so that we can get the agency caucus involved for that particular agency, those two particular agencies, so that they can, in this case, I guess, assist the sponsor, even though they're not co-sponsors to the legislation, to have this dialogue at this time. So with that, I could go ahead and recommend to Cheryl that we do write a letter to the Western Agency Caucus Chairman and the Eastern Agency Caucus Chairman to go ahead and have a caucus meeting pertaining to the to these two particular legislation, and to have a discussion with their agency veterans, so that a formal solution can come out from both of the two agencies, and so it will allow the legislations to move forth. I know that when this legislation when this work session is over, it still meets the requirement of the work session, and it just gets to what I understand is that it goes back to the Navajo Nation Council, as we have met the requirement that the Navajo Nation Council has set, and that is just to have a work session, and it will be put on to the probably the upcoming Navajo Nation Council meeting. So, and Cheryl, staff, I would like to have you do those letters so that the chairmen of the agency council of those two particular agency caucus can go ahead and assist the sponsor to have these meetings here. So, with that, I'm going to go ahead and go back to the sponsor, Honorable Kealan Begay. Have some questions that were raised, and provide your answer to the delegates that had those pose those questions. Now, before Honorable Begay.
Pro Temp Chair, Shahananda Leshkodo. 245, 5 I believe more of them were just comments. There's no specific question directly at me, except for Delegate Daniel So asking the question to Legislative Council. There are recommendations by Delegate Chairman Nez, although the request for the work session with the Eastern and Western Veterans Organization. Again, I don't have a problem doing it. I do everything on my own. No need for somebody to write for me. I mean, I got to speak what I want to put on these documents. Although I don't need no interpreter, I believe I can speak on my behalf, on my own, to speak to the Navajo people themselves. So that was raised by the Eastern Agency, the need of a Navajo talker, a Navajo speaker. I think that's the main intent of one of the legislation. They made it known that the communication is not there. Chairman Mr. Freeland again just made a comment. Chairman Nez just made a comment with a recommendation. He further clarified that. Other Eugene So, Kodo, comment Daniel So, point of privilege to the Legislative Council. Otto Kodo, Delegate Daniel, Herman Daniel, a work session, Nikki Kodo, need. So it seems to me that rather than having the work session at the council level, they continue to refer that we work with the two agency, Eastern and Western, to further get clarification. My recommendation is that all these visual audio equipment needs to be in place, including telecommunication, access, PowerPoint presentation, that line by line, one day. If it needs to go over 2 days, I can do that. Other Eastern and Western agencies that maybe a type of a gymnasium. I would rather talk directly to the veterans. Usually the commanders can continue to voice their positions at some of these sessions. If this is the purpose of trying to change your position as a vote, maybe that would be a good well worth effort. But what's the purpose of going back out there again? Persuading the decision making. Administration, then that's the other thing. It's just a matter that we are legislatures. And Hikodobe has on the I did made an invitation. I've been sending out emails. I've been sending out memos to executive director, but no response at all. That I can prove some of my emails to say that this is what I've been sending out for an invitation of these previous work sessions. So like I said, there's no specific question on, and I appreciate Ms. Barbara for clarifying the reason, the notion that there's a trickery legislation of two issues being combined together in one legislation. Clarify, and I don't know if that needs to be further clarified in Navajo again. And I've been saying that from the get-go. Part 1 and part 2 additional and laid out what G's, and nobody really asked the question. Those are being brought up. It just seems like there's a lot of things that are being just tried to be fished out to make further justification of the opposition. But nonetheless, I'm ready to go out. The sooner the better. That would be nice. Maybe at the end of the last, I would make a recommendation the 30th or then 31st of August. If not on the weekend, go to not next weekend, but that's too soon in a way. But the 30th and maybe 30th, I'll reserve it to go to Eastern, and 31st, I'll reserve it to go to Western Agency. I'd like to make that recommendation. And I like to keep this specifically only for the veterans organizations themselves to organize it themselves. I'll be available myself, and then I would like to have my colleagues to be in attendance at these sessions if you're from Eastern or you're for Western Agency. Back to you.
Hey, thank you very much, Mr. Kellen Gay, for your questions to the 5 individuals who posed questions to you. The work session, I believe there's budget hearing schedules that are going on, and I would have to look at the schedules of those hearing schedules, and I would recommend that you go ahead and it sounds like you want to speak directly to the agency veterans. So in this matter, if you want to take that responsibility upon yourself, and that's how I'm reading your answer, what I would do is recommend to you as a chairman from here for this work session at this time is that you go ahead and set those dates in the Western, in the Eastern Agency in the Western region, and work directly with the agency veterans commander for those dates to make sure that their schedule meets your scheduling timelines. Because some of these veterans there that you alluded to that you want to speak to may have appointments or may have prior obligations. So this is about a good 2-week notice, Nahalin, about roughly. So also you alluded to having at least the delegates there, and so you know that like RDC has a meeting on Wednesdays. Health and Human Service Committee has meetings on Tuesdays. So 30 and 31st meetings nante. I guess it's just a planning that I would put back on you, and you did clearly allude to that. And if any help that needs to be done from the Speaker's office, staff will be here to provide the technical assistance, whether it's for paper, pen, and so forth. Maybe a projector for the presentation and so forth. So and then you did allude to that you want to have the discussion out there. So I clearly directly work with the agency veterans out there and the agency commanders, so the Eastern Agency and the Western, so that they could gather and get a site location that you are talking about, so that this discussion can happen. I'm going to make that recommendation to you. We did say that we could try to help, but you did say that you're willing to do this on your own. So I'm going to go ahead and take that option up first, before we move back to utilizing resources from the Speaker's office. So, but if you need resources from the Speaker's office, you would have to write a formal letter to make those requests, so that things can be planned from the staff portion, so that resources and site, things like that could be put in order. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and go back to the floor, and I'm going to go to Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, and then Madam Chair. Honorable Yellowhair, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Pro Temp Chair and my colleague, 24 Councilman. Thank you very much for giving me the floor back in. Black Mesa. So Television Tim Johnson, Central Agency Organizations Commander in Long are a support a vote na agenda. A conde or so I don't know, talk and see it to the persisting, and that seems to say that it was got so doesn't matter. A cohort by a tip. You could all not Naabik'íyáti with this Jake upon it, RJA, dot a work session. Abinani, Benina, RJE, Argea, this is on go a year by a tier within the shortfall, short funding, veteran, no, even in so also been in the equity, Naabik'íyáti, thank you for the legislations for legislation 21 and also 24. Thank you. But here let Kudo veteran by a taking veteran Kudo Navajo Nation. I could go Kudo not on not or any celebrity key on Japan. Be hot yet the heart of the acquisition. Not this no. Yet also even yet a Kudo is honorable Rick Navy had it also just see that was good recommendation to me. Nabza Payatiki, Adiki, Topista, Adi being thought Seleki on Kudoshi or the answer is on the legislation to give that a what he saw that not on this legislation also. It is your Baha seat or little. And need a mobis Kanyata, Navajo code talk about has need never zabe at Tiso. Behonazan, whole world, but Bedahonazan, United States, a court Sahib Canada recognized high in a conde. It's been publicized almost all the United States now, Yatahans, Canada or state husband. A could never zabe at tea and neat. Jadina, that's all it in a Pipizaya Yasti, yet three. Arati and a creature of what is that a year that kick what else to yen does the up see. She wrote the net out on it, Dolly never that a Tifa is large dolly, no, the net education which when they yarn to is she over at 8 or less. Lane after she, her she, executive director, the next day, she missed all this. To end the picture, that need clear so I could on the yarn, she being has a law. Should I once saw a stateless key element, but only Kate or the should have seen though, Kate had a shot on the Lego, made by a short dog with 8 only. I got once a still, honorable also protect chair, once the so shadow cases in on the not the never to honor neighbor, never veterans and lineage, big 8 at that age and that could only. Thank you, sir. Lieutenant Chair,
Thank you very much for your questions, Honorable Jimmy O here. Moving forth on the line, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, you have the floor.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for the speaker of the meeting today. I appreciate you stepping up and helping speakers during the right time. I apologize to my veterans. I actually drove to Winter Rock thinking I was going to be able to get work done, but I was denied access to the speaker's office as a delegate. And so I was a little bit upset because that, it was really a waste of time to drive out to Winter Rock and be told by staff that I don't have access to speaker's staff. So I'm actually trying to drive home now. So I apologize. I'll be pulling over. But my question, I guess, is really, the purpose of this work session, what I thought was we were going to hear from the veterans about what issues they see with both legislations. We briefly heard. I feel like I briefly heard what the issues are. There haven't been any suggestions on how to fix the legislation. So I feel like as delegates, we're talking more when we should be giving our veterans the opportunity to explain to council what they see, needs to be corrected. And I think that's one of the first problems that we have is we get caught up in talking so much and listening to ourselves that we kind of forget that the veterans are here, they're on the line, and we should be listening to them about how to correct the situation. That's number one. So I haven't heard really from Eastern Agency, or Western Agency, how we can fix this situation. I did hear that they agree with it, but I also heard from both commanders that a lot of their veterans are not understanding the legislation, which, became an issue. And it seemed like as delegates, we kind of just, threw it back at the sponsor, which I think is wrong. I'm gonna state, I hope that those who are running against this are listening right now, and I hope that it's used against us, because we're saying it's not my problem, it's your problem, sponsor, and we shouldn't be doing that. It is our job and responsibility as council delegates to get out there and to inform our chapters, our communities, our constituents about what is going on. So to throw it back at Delegate Kiel and Begay, I think is wrong, and I hope that is going to come out during election, because as delegates, we should be communicating with our communities on what is happening here at council, doing our best to explain the legislations that are coming down the pipeline. I know that when we have agency council meetings, when we have chapter meetings, I attend almost all of my chapter veteran organization meetings. I've also do the same thing with the agency council meetings. I know that I'm the only delegate in Northern Agency that attends the agency council meetings. And I try my best to inform the veterans there about what's happening at council, especially in terms of what's happening with veterans legislation. And as already stated by other delegates, our job is to listen and to, try to do what the agency council is asking us to do, which is why we voted the way that we voted with this legislation. But what I want to know as a council delegate is, we do state time and time again that we are going to listen and that we're going to, try to put the veterans first. But what I'm hearing right now is just, how we are trying to fix the legislation without really hearing from the veterans. I don't agree that we should have given them 20 minutes to present their issues. I think that this work session should have been about giving them more time to tell us what they can do to help the situation. So it's a little bit frustrating because I really haven't heard from any of the veterans what we can do to fix the situation. The other thing I don't agree with is we are expecting our veterans to all be in uniform, as in all of them have to agree with the legislation. And now, I should say now, but, I understand what Vernley is stating about how, democracy is being denied to them. Can you imagine if we as council delegates were required, all 24 of us council delegates were required to agree on every law that came before us? Nothing would get done. In fact, I think in terms of the hardship, not all delegates agreed with the hardship. And yet, it's election year, and it seems like now, delegates are out there saying, yes, I voted for the hardship. Well, that's not really the truth. So if all 24 delegates were required to be in favor of the hardship would have never went out to the people. So I don't understand why we expect our veterans to be on the same page and to be uniform and to all agree. Because, we're not all going to agree. And I think that the majority, should have, they should be the ones who are deciding the issues. And so I don't agree that we're going to expect our veterans to all agree 100% because they're not going to. And so, that I have a problem with that as a council delegate, and I won't say that to the veterans that I represent. They all have to agree with the way things are going, because I sure as heck wouldn't want them to turn it around on me as an elected official and say the same thing to me, that I have to agree with all 23 delegates. So I think that expecting our veterans, to all agree is not fair to them. And it puts us back in the situation where, it begs the question, are we really listening to our veterans? And this whole time I've been, listening in and, writing my notes, trying to figure out, okay, how can we fix this legislation? And in my notes now, I don't have anything. I don't have anything that says that this is how we can fix the legislation. There has been a suggestion that has been offered by Delegate Rick Nez on, changing the requirements for the Veterans Administration Director, but we haven't heard from our veterans. And so what I would like to ask at this time, Vice Chair, is to recognize the veterans who haven't spoken yet, so that they can offer us suggestions on what we can do to fix the legislation, so that it's fair for all the veterans, and that, that we are serving the veterans. And the last thing I will say is we have all heard, every single one of us, and I'm going to say that to the commanders as well, because you guys were voted in by your veterans. We all know that we cannot please every single person. But what we are expected to do is we are expected to make the right decision for a majority. And so at this point, I know that my veterans, and I always say I shouldn't say that, but the veterans that I represent in Northern Agency, the majority of them, if not all, have voted, to support both legislations. And I stand, behind them, because, that's what they want. I can't tell them, what they should do. I can only share information with them. So what I'm going to say is, Delegate Kealan-Begay, I know that you proposed the 30th and the 31st. Just an FYI, on the 31st, we do have Naabik'íyáti budget, and then it's on the 1st. So that should be all in our calendars. The 31st and the 1st as Naabik'íyáti budget. And then we go into full council, I believe it's September 6th through the 9th for council budget. So it may be not a good idea to plan the meetings during that time. But I do want to say, Delegate Kealan-Begay, that I will go out with you. I will support you. And I will support the veterans if they have information, or if they have questions, or if they have suggestions. I'm willing to hear them, and I'll go with you. I'm not just going to put it on you. And I'd like to also invite you to the Northern Agency as well, if you have time. I explained to them the legislations. I know Commander Vern Lee also is really on top of it. He keeps track of the legislations that are coming down. And both him and Eloise Brown do a fantastic job, interpreting in English and in Navajo to our veterans, so that they understand what's happening. And as Commander Lee always says, that's why he was elected to be commander. And so I just want to, put it out there, Delegate Kealan-Begay, that I will help as much as I can. And I did offer, maybe we can do a presentation, on Facebook to explain to the veterans out there what is happening, because, even that is difficult, trying to get our veterans to go to a veterans meeting, because there's so much confusion out there, even amongst us elected leaders, and that we have this law out there that says, I think it's 75% now, that buildings can be opened up to 75%. We haven't opened up our chapter houses. We haven't opened up our Navajo Nation businesses. We haven't opened up our Navajo Nation offices. But by golly, we can open up the entire Navajo Nation to affairs. It just doesn't. To me, I just can't comprehend how that's possible. But we are in the situation that we're in now. So now the question is, form of communication. How do we get this information out to all of the veterans? I know social media is one way, radio is another way. In person is, the third option that could be done. But I will say that now that expectation is out there, when we as delegates sponsor a legislation, I will expect you as a sponsor to come out to my chapter and to present to my chapter, since that's what we are expecting of Delegate Kealan-Begay. I will repeat that. If you are sponsoring a legislation right now as a council delegate, I expect you to be in Shiprock, sending that to the Northern Agency Council and to the chapters. Let's make it fair across the board and put that expectation out there for all of us as delegates. If you can't do it as a delegate, then let me know so that I can share that with my community on Facebook and let them know that you expected that of Council Delegate Kealan-Begay, but you cannot do it yourself. That way the people know. So, Delegate Kealan-Begay, I am here. I will be happy to assist in any way, that you need help. And just know that at Northern Agency, we have a really great commander and vice commander. And I know that Vice Commander Eloise Brown has offered her assistance as well. Perhaps she should have been council delegate. I don't know. But that's what we're expecting now of our council delegates. So I'm going to hold all of our council delegates to that same expectation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And moving forth on the line that pertaining to the hearing from the veterans this morning, as you are all aware, that when the presentation was made, the speaker was presiding the meeting, and a 20-minute time rule was set, and additional time was given, and that's the reason why that's the reason why I indicated that time for the presentation was presented, and then all at the same time when response happened, when I gave the floor back over to the sponsor, he would respond. He didn't call on anybody else to respond, so we went ahead and went down the line to the next delegate who answered questions or wanted to ask questions. So therefore, the voice of the veterans is not being muffled. It was just the sponsor did not call on the veteran to allude to any Q&A of the answer to some of the questions that were posed by the delegates. So that's all I was listening out for. Yes, it'd be good to have more of the veterans' input, but through the work session and through any legislations, through any committee, the council, they have to speak through the council. So, I would, moving forth, would like to have the sponsor to go ahead and recognize the veteran organization to be part of the answering questions from the delegates, and with that, I'm going to go ahead and go back to the sponsor, Honorable Kealan-Begay. Turn the floor back over to you to provide answers to the two questions that were posed by Honorable Yellow Hair and Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Kudo Protect Chair, Kudo work session on the legislation. Kudo Delegate Yellow Hair, Again, I keep hearing some of the delegates saying that they had questions. No, but it just seems that they're trying to pass the bucket to their veterans to have having the questions, not necessarily themselves. So, to even nago additional, I mean, kudo dojo elna koko to bahos and koko. There was a recommendation by Madam Chair. Donde salat soji ki bahos koko pinte aden. Quite night the kidito, but that this ahakito, ya hato ziki, kodon hichi recommend it or little be bahos, chun hito need aden. Ado kodo chairwoman Charles Noon, not ni go to in the whole betrachtet kahaki ki ejoi kwaki dish was certainly which I do encourage to hands kwaki kai to maybe one or two series of Eastern and two session in Eastern Agency and then two session, maybe the northern part and then the southern part of the agencies, because I know Eastern Agency is a bigger land base of the chapters. That's my recommendation. Western northern maybe in Kayenta and then the other one down in Tuba City. Or somewhere maybe we can go I know Ms. Charles Noon, she's very good at disseminating and doing a lot of her session through Facebook. Maybe I'll ask speaker to set up certain live streaming at these sessions. That location. The national from certain area within that agency or elsewhere in the metropolitan, or even some of our own veterans might be listening in if they're serving in state or abroad. The sato the shita is the litit alan latte so last son then again hapa huint edo alan ha huint edo and hapik alla bayat hitla to the nose given yes. So I like to ask that I like to request that for us to go live, stream live, and maybe even go live on one of the radio. Radio just ego go ilia go shinto ya it not at in the is do little quack a call a quacky gishizo kodo you being the chair pro temp chair. I'd like to request that through the speaker or request again not a sleep sheet but ne kodo verbally being jahas seat or little pro temp chair of the Naabik'íyáti committee. That we go live stream on Facebook and then also be live on the radio at both of the location. In the nan liniki salato apetaki the dots insto apehit ashin laya dots hiki hot ego ba dot nisho ko shito kodo. I'd like to further make that recommendation kodo Charles Noon nishin lato yeshika ili do ebe bohnet zando welcome that. Quite a ashin at that's a behanasi to let other just such a get on it. George Zingi, the in just technique get on it. Iona Kodot Ayo Yashi Yake Hanazi, Shiat. I mean, not in a negative way, but if you're telling one delegate to do this, I mean, all legislation sponsors and Hishing Tokote at the chapter level, they don't hear Tokote. Presented that the station that the knows behind the cut on me, ko an hisi zing sato la be hahizigi ayo ben hikijib and here we get ourselves in a situation I mean which is always which on Johnny what kodo ayahazi kodo Charles Noon saying that if you're saying this to one delegate, I mean, why can't all other delegates that are sponsoring legislation to go out to prospective chapters and present your legislation? we were trying to make it difficult, but some of these things is beginning to fall back on us. Koko ani bahasi jutik at nek ashiyati haniniki it hagi sato ben handa handa commanders on it no ben at nek ashiyati ki jobe besqadil joshito ni ako jo that age to eben ye sato nal sosndinigi e kwape e to lesikibin ye e kodo ne yatasti da to at ne itinki da kwage e kwage benanish e yosundo lecho e haniniki that at the legislation ako ebe benashiko kwage if we're making a position or trying to justify to say that further elaborations or discussion on the legislation in both English and Navajo, specifically in Navajo for our elders, but yet our administrators can be able to speak in Navajo, but yet we're defending Johat Aish Tato Shisazido, Bansaski, so Kodo Dasata Sto, Ko Dishinit. I welcome the input, I welcome the recommendation, I welcome for you guys to assist me in disseminate the information. Ado Sato the Sato here being a cheerleader for the opposition or being the cheerleader for the opposing. Ishinado Tajo Iti Benia. The Nan Lingi, but not the Quitty, Ejubia, the Chitty Kachotishna. So my next recommendation, Ms. Charles Nunya, I do believe that we are going to be in the budget session in the next 2 or 3 weeks. So my next recommendation will be September 13th, which is a Tuesday, and then September 14th, which is the 14th. September 14th, which is a Wednesday. I'm looking at Eastern Agency being the 13th and the 14th. I'll be asking my direct chairman, Mr. Chairman Nez, to excuse me from the RDC meeting that day. I think it's as simple as that for me to ask for it to be excused, unless it's a very pressing need for me to be part of the meeting. I can just call in. But nonetheless, the focus is try to get these legislation to get back to the council for us to act on it. Because otherwise we'll continue to have certain excuses or certain issues to be brought up for it to be delayed and delayed. It's very obvious. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to know that these two legislations or veterans legislations is intentionally being delayed for the purpose that we don't need to discuss this during the election. But nonetheless, as long as I'm on the council, I'll continue to push this legislation and any veterans legislation, and especially all the veterans and our veterans that we serve on the Navajo Nation Council, each and every one of them. Delegate Yellow Hair and Delegate Charles Newton
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Key Allen McGay, does that conclude your response, or anybody else that you need to respond to these questions?
Vice Chair Smith.
Hold on, Vice Chair. I'm just trying to make sure that I get it clear that Alan McGay has completed his answering questions and not referring or maybe having him allow any other individual speak on the questions that were posed.
That's I like to have some time.
3 times. So honorable Raymond Smith, hold on yet. Who said want some time?
Okay.
You're breaking up on your phone. Can you state your name?
Tim Johnson.
Tim Johnson. Okay.
I was hoping that the sponsor would go ahead and allude to having the veteran organization weigh in on some of these answers. But since that didn't happen, I'm going to go ahead and recognize you, Tim. You have the floor, Mr. Johnson.
I see Naabik'íyáti has Khalid Abikidati. I'm glad to be part of it. It's an understanding and kind of is there an echo?
Yes, there is, and it's a little bit frustrating.
Hold on, Mr. Johnson. You'll hear a echo, and that's probably due to people not muting their phone, or people that are sort of congregating in one area and with their phone on, and one person may not have their phone on mute. So allow, hold on. Keon McGee, can you mute your phone?
My phone is mute. My phone is mute.
So staff, can you go ahead and mute all the phones, and then Mr. Johnson, go ahead and press star.
Interim Chairman, so this is Sherilyn
Mr.
Yasi.
Johnson.
I believe it is the user who is speaking his surroundings. He needs to be cognizant of his surroundings. If he is near another user, that could be happening to him himself.
Okay, thank you very much. So those of you that are sort of congregating in one area and that have multiple phones on, please mute your phone. If not, you can press star 6 to mute and star 6 to unmute. So please press star 6 to mute yourself. But Mr. Johnson, you can press star 6 to unmute yourself. Oh, we can hear you. I'm going to mute myself, so Mr. Johnson, you have the floor.
Oh, like I was saying, the two legislations that we were talking about are just the reason for this work session. It's some good stuff coming up. It is about like you guys said, democracy, out of politics, out of just kidding. It's for the veterans. As from the beginning, I always could hear I ended up in there. My position as the chair for the Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council, I try to stay neutral. So if I didn't, he makes sure that everybody is heard. Jonathan Nance, I have that respect. Listen, this is at the pleasure of the Navajo Nation president. That's where I kept saying, this is the Navajo Nation. The IC Bahaten
isn't that the gun? Oh, then I shall send in hot on it. The my stop was just chain the condena, the ice is the net. Quite not that is the weapon on it. We can't even fill that position. And this, either you talk about oppression, you talk about as a veteran going out there and getting drilled by somebody that's a chain of command. As the advisory council. I said, I'm holding it all day, huh? Not there. At then, it don't cost a lot. All your job is to advise. Then from the Western, I heard Billy say the chain of command goes from the president out on the director, out on the Navajo Nation Council, now the advisory council. That mindset's already put there. Other lack of communication. Bill Commander, he said, we don't have meetings. He said that. Now from Northern, to stand up as a Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council. My order is to say, what I'm trying to explain is.
Hold on, Mr. Johnson, also the staff. Is that Daniel So? Staff, can you hear me?
Yes, Chairman, we can hear you.
Okay, was that Daniel So calling point of order?
We
So at this time,
identify.
So, okay, thank you. So at this time, this work session is geared to Naabik'íyáti committee. And point of order will be raised by the Naabik'íyáti committee members. Also, with the advisory council being on the call, I guess the solution was something that we were trying to hear. And if you could gear your comments towards the changing, you did indicate that you wanted the Western Agency Veteran Council or Western Agency Caucus or Veterans Advocacy to have a voice. That was one of your proposals and your statements for the change. So would like to redirect your conversation to where in the policy would you like to have the changes recommended, or if the policy as is suffice for legislation 0021-22 and legislation 0024-22. On the veterans of the that are on the line, the caucus, please be mindful that you have to be recognized to speak on the floor at this time, because this is a Naabik'íyáti work session. So just a few house rules. With that, Mr. Johnson, I'm going to go ahead and come back to you for your time. Speak to the areas of changes that your organization you represent, and looks like it's a Chinle agency. So whether the amendment should happen, or where changes should happen, or if the legislation should stay as is. Thank you. Mr. Johnson, you have the floor.
Hakoshi, yeah, and then so and that legislation, the first one, it's a 6-year contract. As you guys all know, that anybody that gets elected 4 years, you never finish what you started. You need a little bit more time. So that's why I believe, the way I understand, they added the 2 years into it. But as you can see, a point 4 years either. And if Jonathan Naz wins again, I'm pretty sure the director is going to sit there 2 more years. Other he'll appoint somebody else on the last 2 more of his years. Other the next term, that director is going to have to do 4 more years. Every 4 years, no. That was one of the things that they brought up. And like Mr. Naz, council delegate, brought up, but again, you guys said that's a 2-way sword. Some people, even the council, the Navajo Nation staff, you lose some. So, I was so glad that Ms. Barber brought up that issue with why the 2 was made into 1. So, that's something that I think the delegates need to understand too. That in order for us to make a change, have that authority to have some teeth, we have to go to a commission. I see it's empty. So that and then of course the business unit. Bill Goodman from the Western said they're for the one-pot system. Central thought so at that time we didn't know that veterans population and 50-50 formula. But when Director Zerline presented the veterans population for our area, we would be getting more money than the 50-50. So that's why we said we'll go with the veterans population. So a quite big more no business unit. So and then to have work sessions, I thought out as the Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council chairperson, I would like to be involved with all of them because I need to understand what some of these veterans are saying, and from the 110. Should I support it? I really do appreciate it. Other than the Dishney, but I'll just hold it right there. So
Thank you very much. We didn't hear your last portion, Mr. Tim Johnson. I believe that was a thank you. So with the statements from the agency relating to the selection process, and their view has been vetted on record. Moving forward, let's hear from Northern Agency. What is your view pertaining to legislation 221 pertaining to the changes, or to stay as is, so that we can move forth on legislation 221 and legislation 224 to get your word in on this particular conversation? Chairwoman of Northern Agency. Staff, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Chair.
Vice Chair. Let them
Okay.
know that they have to
Well,
push star six.
let's go ahead and ask them to press star 6 to unmute. Northern Agency going once. What
Hello?
about Northern Agency
Hello?
Vice Commander?
Hello?
Miss Brown, is that you?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'm going to give you some time pertaining to legislation 0021-22 in the changes and modification or as is, so that we can have some sort of decision out of this work session from hearing from the commanders before I continue with Q&A from the questions from the delegates. So, Madam Chairwoman Brown, you have the floor.
Good afternoon again. Arnold, although as far as the changes, I would say leave as is, according to what the veterans are saying from Northern Agency. But we do appreciate what Mr. Ricky Nez brought up, the Navajo language, if that one, if you guys put that in, we need that in there. So, you go by right now, what from the last session when Herman Daniels said to send us back to Naabik'íyáti. That's what he said, and that's what others said. So I thought that's what this was about, and it was also said that veterans, that's what was said. That's not what's happening here. As far as changes, the go ahead, put that in there. And let's go ahead and go to these communities with Shiyajki, Alambigay, and so that Eastern can understand exactly what's going on, and Western. Just like anything else, chapter house, no, it's the same way with the veterans. And they get frustrated. I'm getting a lot of messages. They're listening in. And they're saying, let's just all talk. No action. Some are saying, the heck with it. Let's just wait until the next council session, the next council delegates that are coming on board. No, that's how I'm getting all these messages. You really don't have a choice. That's the only choice you guys have. Leave it as is, and let's explain and have Mr. Key Alambigay do more presentations. Meeting even at Northern Veterans Organization, it's like that. There's a guy that came in and says, so I said, well, let's get together another time. Right now we've got this meeting going. Let's see if we can get you up to par. So it's very frustrating, but at the same time, we have to have the patience. If you don't have the patience and say, then that's another story. So make sure that we are at the table, just like Mr. Tim Johnson. It seems like who are your veterans representatives. The Veterans Advisory Council meeting. It's really but we no matter what, we gotta try. We're not gonna make everybody happy, but we're gonna keep trying. The legislation and just move forward with it. And this case, and it feels like it's just a delay on the council's part. I hate to say this, but have the guts to just vote on it. How many times do we have to say that? This is coming from the Northern Agency Veterans Organization. Get to do some action, get it done.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brown, for your statements to keep as is from our Northern Agency. But just to loop back to question you posed, you are right pertaining to what was requested at the work session, or what was requested by Honorable Daniels at the Navajo Nation Council. And you guys heard this morning from when the meeting started, Honorable Daniel raised that question that a more of a bigger meeting at the local level was requested, but how the meeting was scheduled wasn't part of how I wasn't part of the scheduling of this work session at this time. So therefore, this work session was scheduled as a call. And so right now, like earlier, I asked questions, and I ended up falling into chairing the meeting here. So yes, a lot of us have some additional questions. So no one was able to step up to the plate to chair the meeting at the time. So at this time, the work session is scheduled the way it is by the Speaker's office and the Speaker. So therefore, the planning process of it has been already set. So I like I said, I just fell and slipped into this position to chair the meeting so that the work session can move forth. So the recommendation from the has been made from voiced from the Shiprock Agency, indicating that to leave the both legislation as is, the recommendation. So it is. With that, I'm going to go ahead and move down to Fort Defiance Agency. Fort Defiance Commander.
Pro Tem. Araso.
Fort Defiance Agency.
This is Vern Lee.
Commander. Hold on, Mr. Vern. I'm calling on Fort Defiance Agency.
Thank you.
Time. Fort Defiance Agency Commander going once.
Good
Fort
afternoon.
Defiance Agency. Good afternoon. Can you state your name for the record for Fort Defiance Agency Commander Liniki? Thank you.
Oyate.
You have the floor.
Oyate, Honorable Delegate Otto, committee members of the Naabik'íyáti committee for allowing each of our agencies to chime in with our concerns and also our ideas. Che hanaga ni shnigo na jini bashin torak oji da che do na necht as it kachini a da shinale that Linda one salt and shia auto late into down a audit chishike 45th Agency Woman Veteran Representative in Schne. I am working alongside our commander, Olin Kiyomi, and I didn't sign in this morning, but there's a few things that I want to bring about to the committee. And first and foremost, thank you for this opportunity to share my thoughts on behalf of the Fort Defiance Agency veteran population. I do my best to get the word out to the veterans that we serve. And a lot of them, as everyone knows, they're up in age. They don't understand English at all. So, we have to translate for them. At my chapter, chapter, the population of our veterans is, up the Vietnam veteran era up into the Korean War and World War II. So they're up in age, and, getting this information to them, it's difficult because you have to translate it to language where they understand it. And as far as the legislation 021 and 024, there were some good points brought up, and I truly believe that yes, we need somebody who can speak both languages, because they will represent us at the federal level, and they will also represent us at the grassroots level. So we need someone who is understanding in both languages, and someone who's patient. We as veterans, we have a difficult time when it comes to patience, because we have to be there tomorrow. That's the teaching that we got as all the way from boot camp. So as far as the policies, I agree with Delegate Nez that we should include the stipulation of having the director speak the Navajo language. Although with the other legislation, the individual business unit, I think our agency is adamant about having the CVOs have their own business unit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. One Salt, for your recommendations to the work session here. And out of your recommendation, I hear two recommendations. Is that you do support that the individual should speak Navajo. The other is supportive of to have each veterans organization to have its own business unit. So that's the way I comprehend Fort Defiance's position to the legislations that are being talked about on legislation 021, 0021, and 0024. So with that, I'm going to move down the line. Go to Eastern Navajo.
Yes, sir.
Commander, pose the same questions to you. Where changes is recommended from Eastern Navajo, whether you support the bill as is or the possible changes that could happen pertaining to this work session, because Council has alluded to we have it here from the veterans.
So therefore, we're gonna go to the commander for Eastern Navajo and Kodoi Ate Gogo Ate Ate last so bakahot so te hite go ndaso zito hite go kosh ya kha yipes ani tlaho andor ni Kodo. I'm gonna give you that time to allude to speak upon. Thank you. State your name for the record.
Thank you, sir. Gilbert Platero, commander of the Eastern Navajo Agency Veterans Organization. In regards to 002122, amending the selection process for the Veterans Executive Director and the change of the name from Advisory Council to Commissioners. The Eastern Navajo Agency really never got a good, clear, I guess, detailed explanation of these legislation, of this specific legislation. And I had always posed the question is, with my concern of and advocating for the Eastern Agency, how does this selection process, how does the selection process benefit veterans down to the CVO level? And also changing the name changing the name from Advisory Council to Commissioners, how does that benefit? How does it, or how would it benefit the veterans down to the CVO level? Right now, there's a lot of inter-disagreement or controversy within the Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council. And one of the reasons, one of the former commander from Eastern Agency, who was a member of the Advisory Council for the past 4 years prior to my being in there, he clearly, I had conversations with him, and he clearly stated that the process went through with Mr. Zerline and several other Navajo veterans, and the Navajo veterans could not even provide proper documentation as the application process requested. So it was kicked back for that reason and asked for another 30-day period. And it just appears that certain agencies want certain people in those positions. And when it comes down to it, how does the selection process benefit the veterans down to the CVO level? Same thing with the commissioners. How does changing the name to commissioners, how does that benefit the veterans down to the CVO level? That's why I had raised the question of putting it into two separate legislations. But I guess through Legislative Council, it's okay. But what Legislative Council doesn't realize is that doing things like that in that manner has a great impact and a great effect on the veterans all the way down to the CVO level. That's what they don't understand, and that's what they don't realize, the reality. Now going on to 0024, to create separate business unit numbers when funding Navajo Nation veterans organizations. What is being proposed, the way I understand it, is separate business unit numbers for each CVO. That's 110 business units. Now, when you go into the realm of the finance offices, that is a lot of business units. And what Eastern is looking at now is taking the one business unit as the agency and dispersing the funds into the separate accounts of the CVOs. Now, this whole process needs to go back to the CVO level and re-explain to them, because they were under the impression or the assumption that the 50-50 formula was going to be in effect, which now is clearly out of the question. So this needs to go back to the CVO level and re-explain to them. And what would benefit them, the CVOs? Right now, the CVOs have no accountability of their funds. They have no idea who has and has not received financial assistance through the trust fund. As a CVO commander myself, I had to go back all the way to October to actually find out who had submitted or who had received financial assistance from my chapter, so that I can resubmit, or so that the financial assistance can be resubmitted for the last portion of this year. And it's just a matter of accountability. There's no accountability. The veteran CVOs are asking to be put into the loop of accountability with separate business units to each CVO. That gives, or that hands over the responsibility of all the financial paperwork, budget forms, budget transfers, everything that has to do with financial documents would have to be done by the CVO commanders, vice commander, or secretary. A lot of these commanders currently do not comprehend or do not understand. I'm not saying they're dumb. I'm just saying it's above their level of comprehension how to do these forms. And even when it comes down to the 5-day comment period of these legislations, a lot of these CVO commanders and a lot of the veterans do not know how to access those particular websites. So that eliminates a lot of comments on the 5-day comment period. I have commanders who are operating off of flip phones. I have CVOs who still do not have email addresses. Information has to be dispersed through the chapter fax lines. That's how difficult it is to communicate down the line. So when it comes to creating separate business units for each CVO, I think that's going to be a problem, because a lot of these CVO commanders, they're not computer savvy. They have no understanding of financial budget forms, and it's going to be a big downfall for the veterans at the CVO level. My concerns are for the veterans at the CVO level. That's where my concerns are. How do we communicate with these people out there? So as far as 0021, according to Office of Legislative Counsel, I guess it's okay to leave it as it is, and that's the way it can be done. But I'd like for Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. to come to the Eastern Agency meetings and explain how it's going to benefit the veterans at the CVO level. Explain the process, what is going to take place, and changing the names from advisory council to commissioners. How is that going to benefit these veterans at the CVO level? And as far as 0024, I think doing individual business units, the Naabik'íyáti committee and the council really need to consult with the finance office and see how much see the difficulties in processing individual business units. A lot of these commanders, they don't have the ability to do these things, and it's going to prolong submitting financial assistance request forms. So I'm asking that Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. come out to the Eastern Agency. Maybe it's going to take 2 days, so we can have half of the CVOs in there and the other half the next day. We have 31 chapters. Because of COVID restrictions of the Navajo Nation, it's hard to get a lot of people into one small room. I cannot say whether to go as is these documents, because I truly believe that they need to be re-explained to the CVOs at the veterans at the CVO level. These legislations are passed around, handed back and forth at the council level, the delegate level, with the delegates, and it never comes. The actual explanations never come down to the CVO level. Even though I've heard it, even though I personally have heard the legislation, I've read the legislation. As it was said, you know, I mean, as I said, it's not my responsibility. I'm not the sponsor of these legislations. The sponsor needs to come out and explain them. Maybe even the legislative office, the OLC, the assistant that co-wrote the legislations. Although he's in another he's in another position right now. I don't know if he's going to be allowed to do that. But with that, Pro Tem Chair, that's my stand as far as the Eastern Agency, and I'm kind of hoping that the delegates from Eastern Agency are on board. I've talked with several of them and gave them my point of view. And I told him, I specifically told him, this is the point of view that we've discussed within the agency. But there's a lot of confusion. Before this goes back to the council, I highly recommend that it goes back. Mr. Delegate Honorable K. Allen Begay come out and explain these legislations, so that the veterans at the CVO level, not just the advisory council. This has been kicked around by the advisory council over and over and over. And I guess they clearly understand it, but it needs to come down to the CVO level, that they will understand it, may or may not support it. So with that, Pro Tem Chair, I thank you for the time to give my opinion and my point of view from the Eastern Navajo Agency veterans. Thank you, sir. Turn it back over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Patero, for getting the recommendations from Eastern Navajo pertaining to the two legislation that's being discussed here at the Naabik'íyáti Committee work session. So with that, Western Agency, Mr. The Commander for Western Agency, Shananta, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to you to provide your thoughts of the where amendments should happen to this legislation. That way we have you in the queue on the record on where changes and Western Agency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Pro Tem. Ben Zuman, Western Agency Commander. The 0024-22 it's about this. A 50-50 distribution. Actually, I'm sorry. Individual business unit for each CVO, and they got 110 CVOs. Mr. Platero, that's a problem. You have too many business units. 3 years ago, controller, the check process, 都被人大嚟到係佢哋屋企都被人大嚟到不切不切俾你。It's taking most of our time for all these requests from all these veterans, and it's just not a singular request per veteran. You're allowed up to 5, and then some additional one for education, assistance, for travel, for meetings and stuff like that. It compounded. For one veteran, he might be cutting, like, I don't know, if they're an officer, that's 12 plus or whatever, 8, 9. So it's consuming a lot of time with the finances. So each agency gets one business unit. This is how it's currently designed. And Mr. Zverline has given all these CBOs the option of getting their own account, sub-account within that business unit. So, for example, if Naabik'íyáti would have been allotted $26,000, that goes into Naabik'íyáti's sub-account. And then we draw from there and use that. That's how the system is set up. But for Western Agency, we just have one account and all chapters draw from it. So that presents a problem, which isn't really a problem because we always get requests, and when we request for how much money is left, where it's being used, and then we do transfers. For example, this year, not too many CBOs had stipend claims. Not too many CBOs had spent all the money for office supplies and food. So those money are being transferred, compounded, and then put in either into for hardship or home improvement. So that's how we manage our Western side. The Veterans Day and on the chapters best about no. Number one, the chapter doesn't get the money. The agency gets the money. It's an VA money. And the with the 50-50 distribution, the chapter, the CBO, the job is put into their account, the business unit. And the CBO had the responsibility of creating a budget and operating off that budget. Furthermore, these CBOs had complete control of the money. And there was one requirement that's not a requirement anymore. Voter registration. Western Agency, that's not a problem with one business unit. Any veteran that's registered with the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration from within the Western Agency can draw from our account, as well as any other account, provided they're a member registered with that agency. So how's that oversight taken care of? Well, everybody has a census number. Everybody has a social security number. So if I request a claim through Chen Li office, that's going to get denied. Or if it gets approved, it's going to be drawn from Western Agency. So that these veterans aren't restricted for going to their corresponding agency to request money. They can drop in any NVA office. So that's how today's current operation goes. And the veterans, so it's up to you, council delegates. I don't mind having my own business unit. But then that comes to equity. Just because our chapter has money and we don't use all of it, we never did. Kayenta chapter, they use all of it, and they run out of money, not even halfway through the year. And the rest of the year, they go without. In the meantime, our chapter is sitting on top of money that we never use. That's the concept for the one account. Any veteran can use that money. Any veteran gets assisted with that money. That's how we feel at Western. The second point is carryover. We work for zero carryover. That's our aim. If you have carryover, that means somebody didn't get assisted. Somebody was left out. These chapters, they want carryover. They want their own account. They want to sit on that money carryover, be not so it gets compounded. It gets added to their pot. Why? You know, one big fat checkbook. Oh, by the way, great, but it's helping nobody. Okay, Chair Johnson dropped my name talking about chain of command. I did not say chain of command. That's a chain of communications. That's how the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration gets the word down to grassroots, and vice versa. If there's a concern, a veteran has a concern, they go to their CVO. The CVO brings it to the agency, and then we bring it forth. If not, I tell them work directly with the administration. That's a lines of communications. Okay, 002124. I would refer you to our opposing resolution. Didn't hit that this. The selection process for the administrator. So I thought now the then later it's legal. A day about so kai da ka sab customer. I beat so neck at yaki ne. We don't mind Mr. Zerline being the director. We want Mr. Zerline to be the director. He's making the program work. He's making the administration work. Everything's coming back online. We have we still have some unfinished business as far as being with the national VA services and healthcare and all that needs to come on the Navajo reservation. He is working on it. I call now, God. Now you guys not saying you're not privy to some of these advisory council meetings. You close show that. No. That's not there. That's what I object to. This northern, she keeps straight. They keep dropping. They the advisory council that's why this legislation was introduced in the summer session. It was expected you guys to approve it. It was expected for the Navajo Nation president to veto it. It was expected for you guys to override that veto. It was expected that Johnson Nez does not get reelected. So our opposing resolution, if you don't like this director, I don't know why. Is it just because of the man's personality? That's a shame. the advisory council doesn't know. The current members of the commissioner, I'm sorry, the current members of the advisory council, or NASA that the other commissioners are declared. That's what their expectations are. I don't plan on being a commissioner. I don't know. It's up to our agency to elect or select somebody to sit on that, to be a commissioner. But some of the authority, who do they report to? They don't report to anybody, yet they're approving the budget, the monies, they're approving the policies for the administration, and they approve who gets elected to be the executive director. As long as they do whatever we want. It seems like it. That's why we oppose from Western. Thank you, Chair. Return the floor back.
Thank you very much, the Western Agency, Mr. Dittman, for your reasoning for your supporting and non-supporting, and where changes could happen, in your informal comments, so that as supporting comments to your reasoning. And earlier a comment was made that we want to hear from the veteran, and it's the reason why I opened up this time frame for the veterans there. So I'm gonna go ahead and back to the floor, and since we heard from the veterans, and basically the rundown is that we have
Vernley here.
We have Chindi Agency looking at their reasonings for these where changes could happen, and their issues with the 6-year contract. And that's the reason why they support the current legislation that allows the appointment of the executive director to happen every 4 years. Then the other is Shiprock Agency, indicating from the commander from Shiprock Agency to leave as is, and also supports the additional possibility of an amendment language, which Chairman Rick Nez has alluded to, that the individual to speak Navajo. The other is from Port Defiance Agency, does indicate that they do support the possible amendment that could happen when this legislation gets back to the floor of the council, indicating to speak Navajo. The other is that Fort Defiance Agency indicates that they support the business units, the 110 business units that are being vetted and or created in the resolution. The Eastern Navajo delegation, Mr. Gilbert Patero, indicates that from the advisory council to the commission, the issue of how does this benefit the veterans at the local level, and it's more of a informal presentation to the committee, and which he has alluded to that the sponsor come out, and he alluded to that the delegates in the region be a part of the conversation there as the legislation is broken down to the at the local level. The other is that the 50-50 formula also there's some issues to it, because the Department of Justice has alluded to that the distribution of the monies from the Veteran Trust Fund, the 50-50 formula does not apply. So and under that, how the distribution happens, again,
Eastern Navajo Agency is a veterans organization is requesting more information pertaining to how this will affect the veterans there in the Eastern Agency. The other is they are okay with the legislation 221 as is, and just want some more public information directly to the veteran organization there. And the other is that the individual business unit, there's some issues pertaining to that and to finance, and requesting Naabik'íyáti to look into this. But overall, as the policies are set for this, you have your pros and cons to this, and also it does allude to more information to be provided from the legislation, because legislation and I believe this information can be provided during the time when the more of the one-on-one, whether it's 1 day or 2 days, can be alluded to. Because earlier, Kealan McGay, the sponsor, indicated that he is willing to set another date, I believe September 13 and 14, but just have to make sure that the time is set for them and everybody can meet those timelines. That was Mr. Goodman. Your questions have been, your answer or your testimony here has been noted, and the 110 business unit issues pertaining to one business unit issue has been well noted. And the reasoning, and then the other is that the selection process of the director, the executive director, apparently has issues to it. So we do have your positions on this. And with that, I'm going to go back to the floor to the Navajo Nation Council. And I did get a text from Honorable Paul Begay. And with the time on the line right now, I'm going to go ahead and move forward with the meeting. And Honorable Paul Begay, you have the floor.
Pro Temp Otto, put me in the queue. Vern Lee.
Pro Tem Chair, Delegate Begay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Honorable Paul Begay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate the time, Pro Tem Chair, I should say. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, I should say the sponsor for these two legislations. Appreciate the discussion. I represent the Western Agency, 5 chapters, Lachi, Copper Mine, Botaway Gap, maybe Toro Tonaheli, H. Lago Ebikadunshi, Fedishkizn, the Nan Skrino Bifetoni, Bashin, Todachi, the Shichedo Kia Anish, Nala, that Tehakot the Nanshla, Ado Sheha. For as a council delegate, we carry the voices of our people. It becomes hard sometimes. Social media does not help at all. Some of us voted against these legislations based on the recommendation and the thoughts of our constituency. Because that's the way the council delegate works. And I social media, that is very discouraging. Like mentioned before, each one of us have our own thoughts, have our own decisions, and a lot of times is based on what our constituency wants us to say or do or even vote. The Western agency believes that there was not enough information put out there. They were kind of not included in the discussions. And there are even situations where time was not enough time was not allowed for the discussion, as in the case at Fire Rock. So based on that, that's the way we voted. And the veterans from the Western Agency, that's how we voted. So I've heard democracy. That's the way democracy works. That's the way the government works. I think we're after 3.5 years, we're pretty much can handle any kind of it comes with the job. It comes with the territory. We're just doing our job. I just want to speak for also the Western Veterans Association that we stand behind them, because we're from the West and that's what we're supposed to do. I do see, and I do kind of feel like there's kind of a light at the end of the tunnel when the discussion about having more hearings and having more discussions at Eastern and Western was brought up. Although I'm very happy that Ms. Brown from Northern is also wanting to help. That's the kind of the invitation that I feel happy about. I feel encouraged about. We've heard the majority rules issue also, but we really like to also know that there's some type of a compromise that is made so that all areas can be satisfied and happy with this compromise issues. Any other they sit down. Naabik'íyáti committee in other cultures, you have a winner and you have a loser. And we don't want to put our veterans in that situation. Let's come to some kind of a compromise solution. That's what I'm hoping for. And should say, Key Ellen, continue to work with this legislation, and let's visit Eastern. Let's visit Western. Let's find some type of a compromise, suitable solution, so that we can continue on. I think the Western is. I know that Western is satisfied with the leadership, with the executive director, and they want the plans that he has in place to go forward and be administered. But they say that we seem to be spending too much time disagreeing and not moving forward. And again, we're not voting against the veterans. We're voting for the veterans in our area. We're voting for their voices. That we as delegates, that we're were charged to do that. Pro Tem Chair,
Thank you very much, Honorable Paul Begay, for your question pertaining to the report. Earlier, I allowed the 5 agency veteran commanders of 5 agencies, which I call upon to give their recommendations to changes and to the legislation, if changes is allowable, and if they recommend some changes, or to keep legislation as is. So we have I allowed that time to move forth. But right now, back to the rules here. Before I go back, I will give some time to honorable or correction to Mr. Lee. But let me get to another delegate here. Committee members, Naabik'íyáti committee. Do you have any other questions pertaining to legislation 0021-22, legislation 0024-22 at this time? Not hearing anything. Going once, twice, and 3 times. All righty, Mr. Lee, I'm going to come back to you. And all right, Honorable James, you have the floor.
Thank you, Don Chinale, Pro Tem Speaker, Mr. Otto So, Otto Nana Shet Kahasi, Toto Isinot, Igido presenters on his last sort or you the that is on Leco. Ado Quagi about not Ido by Yaki legislation Niki na Kiko. Ado Halit Ado Litla Halit Akudo Naso Nando Lis. Shinhuin Zendo Ban Sa case in Leco. Ako need a hot out a Ado La Ban to the case don't know it's a case so a Hugo a by Yajist Kito a ba na still kit Leco. Ako Quenza the whole justice in his last so but has aniki ani a hot a hashin a Ado La baby na hot it ben hitch and the who's ko. A Quaggy has any sheet a na the Hanos a dollar, no she in the upon his last sword and the Nigiko. Dance are there Kayata, but Dojo, but Hata Histo. Are there what are in his Eastern Ayosin ako. How Nedla a Hajo, but don't Nitla, how Nedla a but I don't Nitla, Jokot out a Naha Zotlido, Naha is Nildo, Benia a Kodobeshmas, and Nitlako. Ako ashi ane a large by Yado Tito large what don't ninde Ado hot ahead ako ashi hate ahoshi a don't nito ashi hate ahoshi don't jono don't need dot origins on the band to the case ako ashi ane large a his last on the negi ya and ledo a halit ado litla shi jok Quincy, ako Quenza the whole just oh you a hot and his last so hashit a hula hay the not neat ako that's it that's it liao that's a kodo I don't like a unique do but the need lead up in hitch and a hot a that's it hitch and koda dolls need be that's in he get the hot doll just well the other it's a don't live to know that what he don't like your nana kit ko ako even in nada beni nada but an shle to know that yes kit ko had egila a leto lista ako that's it kodo ba yel tikido ba yes kito quite get na ye hada zihiki it's early out that's in general Anils was a lot so neat linen here on dolls that's a strong kodo base and han na jehida but laughed than na kid hard and han na jehigi hanani liao that's what an hitch in the iliedo list had egi last edo list Jokodat el da nahon ago na adikit linigin hitato natit leko. Akod ashi bohone zado bohone anit ashint ikodo naha be ken di shas leko silaso no linigi iko. Ado resolution hata to set do na so spe do ke be da na dit ahin da ni so ko as adat sto ko do khist ahot na so linin hitaton hin data ko do ahot ke huit don hit na has ado les ado le bitin do ado le as the nebis nation le sto ko shin ko do na ban sus ke so sheet data down at bayil kishi ben datil nestor ba dati nestor ben nache hit out on this had di need sto beshi khahuni nedo le jashi khaji the net that do jashi khaji khish le cheat the don is khit dot is the don is chokot out so obes hanets le ko okon the she is do had das lot so ashla partners and the hat shahi ge which khanas ako khashit anos and do khashit aban so case ben he cases do listen up additionally my 5 chapters veterans organization the ko ashi bik ahonando le ashi bik kodo ana ashleto le sto ko kod out ba khastito she Jonon his Eastern at the hospital, Jono sad Lenny by Yada Hito Sahoshid Ani, it is Ado or your hush kahit out sad the beats at the Jodot ahead as Stoko in Hinanish eat up in the not Anani next Stoko. Upon she adot a horse jet on Nishwit a holder. Jokot Ado on Haban's case. What are they Bahas Tito? She has Shahons Agishnale. Pro Temp Speaker, Mr. Honorable Aduso. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Vince James and Honorable Begay for those providing those questions to us. And before I go back to the sponsor, I'm going to go to Mr. Vern Lee. I'm going to give you a few minutes pertaining to the Northern Agency. We did get Northern Agency's position from the chairwoman from Northern Agency, and we know that Northern Agency made their position pertaining to the 2 legislations. So with that, Mr. Vern Lee, I'm going to give you a few minutes of time so that we can continue to move forward with this work session. Mr.
Pro Temp. So, before I talk about Mr. Patero's questions, how will it improve Nenigi? Before I go to that, I got a call from our former advisory council member from Cove. They, Mr. Goodman, Western Dohatzi, he stated that the Northern from Cove was asking the representative congressman about our housing policy, no? So he says that they were asking about where Hadi Shai Congressman Ayeho when he basically Nahahedon mentioned Funda Aheda Ebik Beso Nahande do Ash Equipment kitten de no. The housing funding, the housing Nini Navajo, Aja Edith, Behez and Jonah. I'd like to make that correction and let you all know. In regards to legislation 0021, how is it going to benefit at Nenigi? Jo atet agit AAD Advisory Council. We met 3 times, and our director did not show up on Haniyada, on Hichahornetta. And then we turned in our stipend. Nay, I'm not going to pay you in Hidini. So he controls the money to control the Veterans Advisory Council. By legislation 0021 going commission, that type of control is going to stop. Ado traditional healing do nakat hathali. E azdo behez ani khidi lago nihiyanin sos. And we met at Northern hathali lahagodabadi ni. Ado the delegate Raymond Smith was there. E huina ko ade the nedo bhiadat e tasto. Hakina hayadat. The neck on Hagada, His Anin Hatachiletan. And there's built-in bureaucracy in that traditional healing policy that's proposed. Ado e quaki. Ito hot ada is a violation of our First Amendment. No. Ado the other one is procedures. So because ani they I do keto and that and they introduce it into fate comment ni ado has beyond sus ako ni could general ni lenet an hete is ani change that like for right now there's a Veterans Trust Fund Financial Assistance Amendment hanane di tlago hane kon hiya nana sos without the advisory council having a say in it. Jodat eheki according to the Veterans Act, that the advisory council needs to be involved in procedures and policies. Ado and that with the local veterans organization. That's the Veterans Act. So jo George in the even commission that and then Naabik'íyáti would be the oversight or has oversight. Jo DD has oversight. Legislation 0024 one pot system. The Nedo Yibita Icha veterans. Shika or whether da notha. Of course, so if the lady peso just although this is how much the northern agencies getting peso. Although it's another for each the 19 chapters. So the 19 chapters know how much funding they are getting. A budget yahi. Although we've been doing that since 2013, and they know they have a ledger. Peso transferred any they know who needs help. Because of their disabilities. Ado also they know their veterans. 0024 and we the northern they understand the veterans count. I was glad that Mr. Platero from Eastern is asking these questions. Why or how is it going to improve? Ninigi, I'm just going to mention a few how it can improve. Like he mentioned that they don't know how much money they got. It takes time for him to go back all the way to October to find out how much they got, who got help. So with the 0024A, they would have the control of how much money they have left. If it needs a transfer, they'll transfer. They know they're veterans. They will go out to their place of residence and visit them. That's what the commanders do.
2 minutes. Oh.
Accord. Thank you for letting me know. 2 minutes. Thank you. Pro Tem.
Thank you very much. Again, I'm going to go back to House rules. Just be mindful of Sean. But we did give the 5 agencies their chance to express their where changes could be recommended in the legislation with the sponsor on the line, and whether or to leave the legislation as is. So those last we heard you. I don't moving forth. I'm going to turn the floor back over to the sponsor to go ahead and answer the 2 questions from the 2 delegates, Honorable Gay and Honorable Vince James, to if he's going to answer some of their comments that has been posed and questions. So with that, I'm going to turn the floor over to you, Honorable Calvin McGay. Star 6, if you're still under Shanata. Star 6.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now, Shanata. We can hear you.
Earlier, I tried to intervene before you got to Mr. Begay, Paul Begay. But if you're going to allow just to have the agency commanders just to make the statement and comment, I guess we'll just let it be. But the next 2 delegates that spoke, it's more of like a specific, a comment. There's no specific identifying on the legislation of the area that we are, I guess, supposed to discuss, but it's more of veterans. But I guess I sent a draft memo that I plan on sending out to the Eastern Agency and the Western Agency. Veterans, I mean, yeah, I believe each agency has the pros and cons, but I guess it's just the push by the commanders. I sure do want to go out directly. I mean, that's what happened in Northern. They really did a good presentation, discussion. All I did was did my presentation, and then they allowed the veterans from each of the agencies, each of the local veterans organization. Eastern Western Agency. Publicize even asking the chapters and the officials on Linigi, then his last son Linigi Bejo Babel Hosnak that way that we know that we disseminate as much information as we could. And Pro Temp, Chair, the other thing I'd like to ask for, ask for a response from Office of the Controller, Office of Budget and Manage, OMB, if a program is saying that it's going to be a complicated situation, are they also part of the problem in trying to pass the legislation if they're telling programs that if the council do this, we can have a bigger problem? So I'd like to ask Mr. Dominic Vial and also Ms. Elizabeth Begay from Office of the Controller if that's what they had been telling the Veterans Administration and the Advisory Council, that having multiple business unit number will be a complication. I'm requesting for a written response from them of their view of this particular legislation. Veterans burdensome Office of Controller do OMB days and so on such cases although I need to ask as well, but I don't know, it'll complicate things and so on. But that was outlined by the Western Agency Commander, that this was literally for the purpose of political gain or anything of that nature. I'd like to see some documentation that I have done that. I believe I provided my timeline of when and how I tried to give time for veterans across the Navajo Nation to provide their input and to get as much information as I could to them. If that's the notion that it was more of a political game, I like to get some documentation of that nature. And then the problem is that even in December, from the Western Agency, chin lead, and not even the legislation has not even been developed. Huge linki juk abayada in the store job cannot dish Halet alla it nipi peso jo an hippie had the hoxi yard linki transfer down etadone, and that's the main purpose. And he needs need out at the agency level, though it win level. The Hajos last sob is not with now, Kodo yard and linki, but it's not such go nani ja go add over baby the English. The business unit number, the Shiniki aid once it hits these business unit number at the ages at the chapter level. J Ajit I down up speaks and link or list Ajit Ashi and Dan Mistoch da your end or list last sword and Liniki, Jot Iban Saha Kesiki at deed. I call Abe and Nacha Kodoshin that's at the Hajobik the Tinta Aquake. I call maybe a further illustration that's a Hajoba and Nada or Leko A the Dick at. And his last son Linigi, but at Ako Goshin Hajo, demonstration da atalia go job kiti thado le aj ako eshit zero kodo akut abahanasi do le kodo Mr. Pabge jo ya hanazi do okut ebe do ebe salat hob ke ni lead and the okodo ya na zingi eko akibi ba na it achun which is understandable. Ado kodos na little bit seems out I hananazi and has ekito ajo kodos salat so baby on shikigi so baby has an ekodo e ado joy an hikodonat ape no snegi baby na shikati shided atibayel ke the dasa ke joy baby sanjo no kago bina ek at aji ki e to bayel ke tan de kat kodo baby hasin it aita kodo through the budget process the audit establish it or link it the kuja harder to link so could present not or link one thing that I always ask myself during the election year, do we just totally not do anything or any legislation? If that is the case, go good at Ahaji Gishibin Hawint in the list on the Etas in the Dick at on I saw Tanki the Dot Nisapahosen. Other did all legislation not be done, but they need a or could the open hit eben not that and on hit it no could sudden didn't give him his deeds. Ado kodo Mr. Vernley Yahazi Elahit at or Yegoban Yast hit the door Adon Lego. So last topic, but now ad hoc need a D yes, there was there was a legislation, housing policy, Kodo, it has committee, Ebicha, outside large, can she get a resource and development, RJ amendment at the land, Eko, Arjil, the Piat Ehopena, Sahana del Yago, or straight directly to HES committee, a Arjin, the O Yenati J. Ako elakit the Yego Basa Iran and Soban Teskis, a housing policy git or unit salat so baby that in Tanigi behat it out Halit ala to Yego on Yale Kitado to Yego did at the Nida the dog on hitting his salat so gi Aja Ben Nish baby kitchen and Nistopi Ban and Nish Aja one needed to after Pihato Le Sankia. That ego Kodoni Maya Mr. Charles Noon Aya had Didi and they did Adebin Noya. If it's favorable by the administration, Edona the Kido Agushing, Belanda Itle, any Kado, you could base of Adon the Hit Outa, with Bikit desk. So go cut up base of you Belanda is Lee. If it was a non-election year, Washington ne, Washington Asado na Kida that's a Kodot Ip, because only belongs leaned Aiden son and Suskis, she's the Aja out on Suskis or Actor, but I could end the Kodus last hop, Bunnies, Nisto by Yaki, Aces Zindo, Edut out up, Aces Zindo, Kodot, Nan Zinigishit out up, a Planation, or little out Ashing the Binyan had the shot, it Ashing Binyet, the Snap or Little Joe, Capitan does or Benhia, the Yat, et or Little Ada Ante, the door, Biga, Nigo, with the Shinju and King Consulado, Little Arja. This is a Zig, Ecuador, not Dagito, Jod, Nebich, dot Ashley, what I could ocean on the Shin Street or Little, what I could do. Sister Zida being not seat of this, so Chairman, there's a request that I've made, and also that there's a draft memo that I sent to the Speaker's office. So I'm not saying to have him finalize it, but I'm just saying that I shared that with the Council, proposing the September 13th and the 14th to schedule those meetings, but Kodo. I think it's Eastern or Western. I mean, make it 2 days, 3 days, 1 week. Baby, get the dot it out. Schedule then he recommend I just not seat or the Speaker or Chairman.
That is Anna, I did so I did Honorable Kiel and Gay. The court Nasabe Hanin Zito could open one so Anna Kindle could not a not the kid in a don't the Bayaki Yan Yaski. I don't the Kodo so on that I mean that they go so sit in last so ya kudo nishe nan ale ila dan zin lan huin so ni his last so halit al la pes ani beti khaya la khada do so ne go ben na kudo ya last so shla da ho nefigi the five veteran organizations, their commanders. I gave them the chance to express their where changes need to happen within the two legislation that we are currently talking about at this time. Well, number one, Honorable Kealan Begay, you have requested a response from OMB. With that, I'm going to go ahead and ask staff to get OMB and Office of the Controller, Ms. Begay, on the line so that we can go ahead and have them answer Mr. Kealan Begay's question, posing that individuals are indicating that the more business unit created will sort of create more work and more more administrative work to happen. So that's the way I comprehend Mr. Kealan Begay's question there. The other is I guess somebody indicated that I'm thinking it's a veteran organization of what agency indicated that his legislations are geared for political gain, and I guess that issue pertaining to that, he's requesting documents that is saying, I guess, show the proof that political gain is happening, and I'm not too sure what veteran organization that you are referring to, or you're indicating that has stated these comments to you. Can you state that for the record, Honorable Kealan Begay, so I can go ahead and make that directive from here, from Naabik'íyáti Committee? Honorable Kealan Begay.
Chairman, I believe the Western Agency Commander specifically outlined of his interpretation.
That's all I need. That's all I need. So with that, Western Agency Commander, if you can provide documents that shows proof that Kealan Begay is working these two legislation pertaining to political gain. And I would like to see if we could get those documents as soon as possible, so that we could utilize that, so he could have that as part of his record. This is inakil yikid. With that, I'm going to go down to Honorable Rick Nez. Chairman Nez, you have the floor.
May I respond, please?
Mr. Billy Goodman, I'll come back to you, but those are just things that had been requested verbally, and as a chairman of the, as a providing chair for Naabik'íyáti Committee at this time, those are the things that we are requesting to provide documentation, because Honorable Kealan Begay specifically indicated documentation. If you want to respond in verbally, it's going to come to a he said or he said deal. So I would like to just request to get documentation that that alludes to that. So with that, just to keep the meeting in order and moving forth before the Office of Controller gets on the line, I'm going to turn the floor over to Honorable Chairman Rick Nez at this time. Rick Nez, you have the floor. Okay.
Question of privilege. This is Daniel.
Honorable Daniels, you have the floor for your question of privilege.
For point of privilege. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Go ahead, before we go to Chairman Ned, can we give some time to Commander Goodman to give a response? Idea, Mr. Chair.
This is Mr. So again. Pro Temp. I'm just going off of what Mr. The sponsor of the legislation has alluded to. He wanted documentation to indicate that some sort of political gain is being alluded to at this time, and that's what I was speaking to. And I believe with that, I will give Mr. Goodman some time in a bit, but let me go to Honorable Chairman Rick Nez, and we'll come back to Mr. Billy Goodman. But with that,
thank you.
Okay. Mr. Chairman Nez, you have the floor.
Thank you. Can you hear me now, sir?
Oh, we can hear you. Okay.
Okay. Go ahead. Shitsu, Chairman So, Arosh, Nantan of Senegi, Beshbansa, and not Senegi door, Salas Road and of Senegi, Aron, Hitchahada, Sochido, what Picket at 18, what Aban today, Kesto, what Allah Nanishan, that of Nego, Bahda Sochido, Ro, Apenda Bahasti, Gate, and Nebazargi Bahasti. Fait ego ta best ego honna bis zakon hayat etishna bahasti do fait out of big kitchen na nishigit era khotok honna ta sataki ikji yasti ta zudashina nandaka arabe osleda hot egi araben dosh sasata khoton khizad nikhin ledati nisa oh niku Aro yat ehobe yadel sitor saido yobe yadel sitande do ben hesta o koto recommendation hat nenege halet ayan sikhesto la best es ndla des last shot at yego ya hens and the nebezat sa yego ebenina koto sa dike fait arabe Yat Hiko Yobashadat, Ehikibenina, Hodosnoba Hasti, Adon the Static Hodo, 80 position has Aniki Hait out Ebik Ehodin Netoles, selection process, Heban Salado Les, Neniki, Naabik'íyáti, Kro, Bansis Kesigit Ego, Innocent Karahot, Ehigit, Nere Beshmasa Anene Ban Hata is Neltin Tina Heta Alle. Aden Beketa Division Directors and Legal Confirmation or Liego D Kodobik Edition no at Silla stage that's a Dagan President DA Yaha Division Director do Les DCD do NNEPA. Aron Dittadin Ardo Hodat Ehigit Division Director, Executive Directors Dan Linshin Hota Akko Diki Akwaki Hazaki Halet Au Hati the Veterans Administration Executive Director Kito Hot Bekek Ako Ba Hot Italanson O asata ba contract hologo hat nego go Jedo space eda ebenina dikorot aben hichi yashke Asha zingi ban siske zigit and the tanlata yadast git last so Kanda kasa hagida bastai specita his Nere Walmart erota tanda hoteni zinda no ako hachine rasa Eben in Kodo Hanne Ben Hitch Yashti, and the Tasa Kodo the contract ki khait all yaha apide yaha Veterans Director has agi ki Administration Director hot ela that is ako Beshbahas unbetata nal the Division Directors dan law Executive Director dan law confirmation band el eko konde di veterans jana nishiki dasatahastahaki Bilik asalahaki na nish edo Beshbahas ani data ni rakok do khait ara confirmation el ida asat contract banal nal tos bahadel do khait ashi be gatat Kohabitcher Salado hat Niniki, a Quagi has Agi Halet Hotela, Nla de la Asata or Hotliana as Bar Nahadlango Aja, Escadash at Ato Hate Ashi, El Iniki Perhodos, Niki Shipeniga hat Esto, Perhozena go a Perhozen, Johodi, Nisa Unhinder, transparency that he no. خليت إيدي كدون في الهجو أشتاء أدنى كدو أون في الهجوت إيلانسن إيشي بنينا دي كي كدو بيست إهكي اللي ياغو إيبي أون نشتو ليس ناسكو أكوين لا تدوي هاشين شدتا ديل نتو ليس ديل خيط أكوا بلكان تشتتو هنيدا دو ليس أدو هجوبان سوكيشنان أنو سندور شلنن أو سنكي Le naste court neck at the Nifan al Stefesh Anpa and the president or vice president. Ada Zapatol Jishada Tati Nhada Nebelakan and Latin Hada Nana Kreisinin Ledoti Na Krain Ledoti the Nats Osen Lenike Ish Adish Bahot it or less vice president or Lesike. Nhadan nedan lodat the president dan lodat the bahot yo ba ilna a hui netat a naste khotak a heta bekek a hotil ne die neche sovereign nation hitat ne indigenous people hitat nego khalet a of that that just to joba khoni zinda nsansa ako ebenina and then had a Nessa Beshwans unbundled dish was now the census number, Tangora, and his Akoti, Nido less. Orat, Egoraban, Sahak, Hazenlay, Naster. A Jashin Coron, his Zadia, Hajog, or Nachabi, Hay Kende. Had the Shin Hachana, Nige, got the East High, the Shin under Banahas Ado less, the out end in Hachanikishi, the census number, the Halnod or less, Ada store. Eben nach hot ego the Nebenant Adan Ledole. And the Tahut Ege Hunet as a Tadole, as though the own had an end no hashi or Aja Arabet out, Heti, but Kagas out, Ebenina, and Edo Banate either. Nasha Hahido, Langasedo, Neda. And Edo by El Kita, Eshi Assatisat, Etanahadit, I had a Liagotashe. Den husband or little hot out Nakoko. Dia quahit all a master Nahatlat or Lesiki, Beniga hat a cotic a bella seat late or coro na kinder is the door daughter, either die fall session that a bella seat linko. Be has any amendment state, Nini hate other Joban Sissy case go Ahata, Stohon, best or bigger. Diki hot out at this election cake a kododo less. No more contracts. Let's start right here and treat this position the same way as a division director. Let's do it that way. Let's get rid of this contract. Let's eradicate it, expunge it. You know, put it in the shredder, whatever you want to call it. But let's end it. Aquagi. Ado koron and nirko be hanahoti class the nanhatida honnet asatado le hot abik ehoti neto nenigatel Ado patajn stinle nasko hot ala be on nisko be has on eliana o atala aholiak asio jobe did nishat nedo les Hodat hege see that addition and not senikido hot abe hadis to Oshib Nihitato nil sol goshi jobe Nas what did ne? Joe hot hey all get democracy so they hahan. Once so ever had this so I see at a coron and I by not on his last choya had a hasiki I hot arrot era Judy all get Naabik'íyáti. It illegate a shed or in digging at the hello or less. Back to you, Chairman. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairman Nez, for your questions in your recommendations to the legislation. Before I go back to the sponsor, I'm going to go to Honorable Mark Freeland, brother from the Eastern Navajo.
Good afternoon, just a question, point of privilege to the Office of Legislative Counsel. Do both legislations need 16 votes or do both majority? Thank you.
Very much. With that question, I'm going to turn the floor over to Legislative Counsel. Legislative Counsel, does both legislation relating to the 0021 and 0024-22 require 2/3 vote at the Navajo Nation Council? Also, explain the difference that these two legislation is a policy change to the code, and it requires the approval from the Navajo Nation Council. I believe that's the direction of these two legislation. We're changing policy in the code. So with that, Legislative Council, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. This is Legislative Council. Both of these legislations need a regular vote of the council. So a majority. They do not need a 2/3 super majority. Thank you, Chairman Ned. Excuse me, Chairman. So.
Question and privilege, Vice Chair. This is Delegate Charles Newton.
Okay, question and privilege. I was talking to myself on mute. Madam Chair Newton, question and privilege.
I'm sorry, I thought that it required a 2/3 vote because it's amending portions of the Navajo Nation Code. Am I wrong on that? It does only require a majority vote?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for that question. And I'm going to refer that question back to Madam Legislative Counsel.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This is Ms. Barbara. Madam Chair, there are certain provisions of the Navajo Nation Code that to be amended require a 2/3 vote. That needs to be recognized in the section you're amending. That did not happen here. So right now, these legislations require a regular vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Dana. Vice Chair, are you still on the line? If you are, you might be on mute because we can't hear anything.
Okay, guys, what is yes, okay, so with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to Callan Begay. But before I go turn it over to Callan Begay, Madam Chair, I believe the question from Legislative Council has been answered. So moving forth, I'm going to go ahead and move forward with. Okay. Yeah. All right, question and privilege. Henio. Chairman Henio.
Can you hear?
Yes, we can hear you, Chairman.
I'm confused now, Chair. On the summer session agenda, if my eyesight was correct, I saw they were part of the 2/3 agenda, but now we're being told it's not. So I'm getting confused there, because that's why the other legislation pertaining to the veterans also failed, because they failed to get 2/3. So maybe because the agenda manual can help us and to determine that. I think I have these things now.
Okay, Chairman Ness, or correction, Chairman Henio. That's what I assume, because these two legislations are changing policies to the law. But again, I referred it to our Legislative Council. The committee process was signed off, and it was recommended to the speaker that this is the process that is going to go through Law and Order, Health and Human Service Committee, I believe Budget and Finance Committee, and so forth. So, so I'm going to turn the floor back over to Madam Legislative Council, Dana Barba, for that question.
Thank you. You know what? Delegate Henio and Chairwoman Charles Newton are correct. I missed a provision. It's actually on page 2 of 0021-22, and there is specifically a provision in the code, 2NNC 1036, that states that amendments made to the Navajo Nation's Veterans Act do require a 2/3 vote of the council upon the recommendation from the Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council. I apologize for missing that, but as a learning tool right at the moment, just for council, not all, as I said previously, not all amendments to the Navajo Nation Code require a 2/3 vote. There needs to be a specific indication or a specific statutory provision that a 2/3 vote is required, and this is indeed set forth at 2NNC 1036, and that's part of the Veterans Act. Again, back to you, Chair, and I really do apologize for missing that. Thank you for calling me out on it.
Thank you very much, Barbara, for clarifying that the two legislation requires long 2/3 votes, and yes, I do recall that too. And because these two legislation first stopped at Law and Order Committee because of the law change to the statute. So before I move on, staff is OOC and OMB on the line. staff, can you hear me?
Chairman, yes, we can hear you. We are following up with OMB and OOC right now.
Okay, thank you very much. AD, we're trying to wait for OMB and OOC to get online to answer the question that Kealan Begay has posed pertaining to the business units of the trust funds or to the individual business units created for the veteran organizations. So, AD, with that, moving forth, go back to the sponsor, Kealan Begay, to answer Rick Neds' questions and his recommendations and maybe some of his comments. So, Honorable Kealan Begay, you have the floor.
I believe Chairman Nez only spoke in reiterating his position and then further clarifying of the content and the intent of the legislation more thoroughly in Navajo. Okoko e akot arba kon siniki et John Hisnedo bin nachepek et or think koko e sato alaya ya hahasi and satin and liniki hot e koko be bahusil kohol jesisto lis ati it out no e hati gi nanat exto. But akot endishn and anos liniki. My recommendation right now is just give it back to me and let me take it out to the veterans, to the Eastern and Western Agency. I believe we're not going to resolve anything at the council level. Give it back to me and let me go ahead and go out, again, with my recommendation of those dates, the 13th and the 14th of September. Maybe bring a lot of these programs, OMB, even Department of Justice. I think that the interpretation of what we're doing, Nikki, I'd like to request Department of Justice and even our Legislative Council to be available during these work sessions. And of course, Kudo, Ms. Noon, Chairwoman Noon, if any of you are going to be willing to help, that's fine. I welcome that, but I do recommend for each of the agency delegates and the Navajo Veterans Advisory Council representatives to be in attendance at these meetings. Request Chairman, Delegate Pro Tep Chair, but not so like I said, I think we're not really pinpointing to the questions of the legislations, but more of just making general statement or comments. But let me take it back to the public, especially the veterans. Pro Tep Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, and I appreciate that recommendation from the sponsor, Honorable Kealan Begay, informing this body that he wants to take the legislation back out to the two agencies to furthermore have direct communication with and communicate with the Western Agency and Eastern Agency. And with that, I believe the Speaker's staff Speaker's office can work with Kealan Begay on this matter and requesting that I guess the commanders and the veterans to be present at those meetings along with the council delegates who represents those regions. So that will be up to you, Honorable Kealan Begay, that you want to take it back over there. We're going to go ahead and do that. And right now, like I said, it's the Q&A. I did give time to the veterans agencies to present or talk about their changes, where changes could happen, or if they
like the legislation as is. So the option I did pose to that, and minor changes have came out of that. But with that, I'm going to give that, allow you to go ahead and do that. Do is ando commanders ni kata on loan or this ate. So with that, I think we're at the tail end of the work session here, since Honorable K. Allen Begay has indicated that he wants to go back to the two agencies. So with that, with those time frame, Mr. K. Allen Begay, what I would recommend is that as you go back to the agency, that when that is done, I would recommend that we convene back in as a work session to get an insight on those two, because you know that 3 of the agency commanders have or veteran organizations support the legislation as is, pertaining to legislation 0021-22 and legislation 0024-22. So once I guess the communication is conveyed to the Eastern Navajo and Western Agency, we can convene in a work session again just to get an update, and then from there we can move it forth back to council. Make that recommendation there. Oh, without though I did staff and Mr. Rico. Well, Mr. Rico, is that in order pertaining to making that recommendation?
Chair Senior, put me in the queue. I need to speak.
Okay, thank you very much. Chairman Henry, can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you.
Okay, I'll come back to you. I'm just trying to check back with our staff for the recommendation, because of the matter of this right now. The way I see this is that when we conclude with this work session, we meet the requirement of the work session, and it can move forth back to council. That's the way I see it. And I don't want to add any sort of restriction to it to allow it to come back, because that's the reason why I wanted to get clarification on this. But the Legislative Council earlier has determined that we are complying with what Navajo Nation Council had required, a work session. So we are in a work session, and if we adjourn, this legislation could go back to the Navajo Nation Council because the work session had occurred. I don't think there's no restriction on any reporting mechanism back to the council, but I think it was just indicated that a work session to happen pertaining to these two legislation, and to have the 5 agency commanders there. And I believe there's other statements made, but this morning it was clearly alluded to that this is how the meeting was set up. So, Manuel, is there any finding or any reporting mechanism that we as Naabik'íyáti committee has to make back to the council or legislative council? Dana?
Thank you. Council has not developed rules that indicate a certain form of report back from a referral to a work session. But the practice at council is to just identify that the work session has taken place, and then any delegate may call the legislation up from the floor to call it up takes a motion and a second. I hope that answers your question, here. So thank you.
Vice Chair, you might need to do *6. We can't hear anything.
Hey, sorry guys. So, Honorable Count Gay, I'm going to go ahead and just inform you that once this work session adjourns, the requirement of the work session to these two particular legislation would have been met. It will be up to you to further move these provide those information to the Western Agency and to the Eastern Navajo. Again, with that correct communication, I believe delegates should be there. Should be be there with you. But as of now, we have met the requirement of the work session for the two legislation that has been in question at this time. And that as it goes back to Naabik'íyáti, or as it goes back to the council, it will require a motion and a second and a vote to bring it back on the floor and then to be added back onto the to be put back on the floor, and discussion can continue based off of the time that we left off, because delegates have time that they have utilized and so forth. So with that, Chairman Henio, you have the floor.
Kasi kailangan sa pro tem chair agos na ako daw on Naabik'íyáti work session. Listening to the conversation all day long, I was just taking stuff in, and then one of the things that sticks out as the recommendation. Right now, I understand it's only a recommendation, and there's really nothing in like amendment will be provided, but just the notion that this position will be require Navajo speaking at the no. And let's just start thinking back several elections ago when there was a young Navajo candidate running for president, and he was told, "You're not qualified because you don't speak Navajo without me." And it just makes me think there are many young Navajo professionals are even half Navajo and half either interracial or other tribal members that don't speak Navajo, but they know their craft very, very well. And so we as Navajo Nation, we're going to start imposing this language requirement, and we're just running them off and telling them you're not allowed to work here because you don't speak Navajo. So that's what bothers me. It's just bothersome that we should just leave the door open for any talented Navajo, that whether they speak Navajo or not, because there's a lot of Navajos that I know that do not even speak Navajo at all, or they don't even understand the Navajo language, but they are very talented in what they do. So they've been at this.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairman Hinio. And yes, there was a court decision that happened, and it disqualified a particular Navajo, a person who was Navajo who was running for the Navajo Nation presidency. And I believe in the 23rd Council, that provision, and that only speaks to the presidency position. That requirement that was in the qualification for the presidency was amended so that the president now is not required to be fluent a speaker to speak Navajo. But in the other areas, policy has not been changed, in particularly like in council or elsewhere. So, and thank you for making that notation pertaining to that. Oshibe showing zinigi do ban sokis ninigi ishi yahatzi kodo Chairman Jamie Hinio. So with that, committee members, Naabik'íyáti committee, any more questions regarding the legislation of that we are discussing, talking about 0021-22 and legislation 0024-22?
Delegate Yellowhair.
Once, Mr. Yellowhair, you have the floor.
Thank you very much to the Honorable Pro Temp Chair, to the Shea Kudo Kinat Ani Beria Hatsidi Committee Business Unit Nengi say I'm for accountability to the KD KLBK ADB. So they need a business unit number in order to be a good accountability expenditure report and expedite the expenditures and travel request report. Yat and business unit number. Out of the net zari to it'll be history. They'll better with out of the upper zari. His zari, but on it'll a constrain his zari to minute of hotel. It said, never zabi to go out. In his tradition. Other they had opportunity to learn. We can't forget our language. That's my point, that's my concern. Leave it as is, put it as a Navajo language too. I don't use that now. And here, once the chairman, protect chairs,
Very much for that those comments, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, pertaining to the supporting of the legislation of what we are talking about in this work session. The other is the your position on the requirement for a Navajo speaking individual. But that will come in an amendment at the floor of Navajo Nation Council. And so I'm going to go back to the question to the work session. Any other questions relating to the two legislation that's being talked about here at this work session? Hearing anything? Going once, twice, 3 times. With that, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to the sponsor for some closing comments, and then from there, so Honorable Keon Gay, I'm going to go ahead and give you some time to make some closing comments for this work session. Yeah.
Pro Temp Chair can handle this. The Bansot Edo Banat Iniki, Sato, Salat Soshi, Landa, the East on the Do, Ashin Landa, Satnadi, the sleeping ye at Eastern Do, Western Agency, Nha, Sato, Binyet, the Nist Ashonde. Let's put our differences aside and provide the legislation to the veterans. Larger Kodo, be Kitsenzindo, be Bitsonsons, it need all the Hiki. So quite unhinged cage, but I still like to get a written response from Officer Controller and OMB that the notion that more business unit number will complicate and be burdensome. I'd like to get that response in writing. Akoko Oshin Kodo on Kidini list honors for Veteran Advisory Council, local veterans organization. Ado Kodo, the public, the Shita is not on the Ado Kodo, Naabik'íyáti committee members, Naslindigi, Hajo Satot, Ani, Hit Ashi, Iliado Lesto, Hit Ashi, Bichana, Hit Ada Kodo, not Ashi, Banahant, or Kodo Hashi, Nant Eto list. I just want to assure that, get all these documents in place. Before I go back before the full council earlier, if not during the fall session. Chairman, again, I just need a request of the Speaker's office to provide me some assistance and resource in the proposed schedule work session with the Eastern and Western agency. Public notice, and I did send a draft of the memo that I plan on sending out. If you guys need to provide a different recommendation date, let me know. But we just need to put the date in place, and then we can go forward and address this particular situation. So with Chairman Do, Pro Temp Chair, Kate, we have not seen the
Hey, thank you very much for your closing remarks. And staff has probably noted that, and they will convey that information for Honorable Kealan McGay, requesting assistance for resources and technical assistance for setting up these two meetings in the region of the Eastern Navajo Agency for Veterans and Western Agency and the Western Agency for these two legislation. Also, probably a place to meet. I believe that's the that's the discussion to convey the communication to the agency veterans within those two agencies. So, staff, please work with Honorable Kealan McGay on that pertaining to that matter, and make sure that those two dates, which has been proposed, do not conflict with any of the meetings that we have in place, like Naabik'íyáti Committee and the Navajo Nation Council sessions. I know, and then also budget session about what's still pertaining to the Navajo Nation Comprehensive Budget. So we don't want to get these meetings all in line all at once and have delegates be on multiple calls. I know that the delegates serve on standing committees, and Honorable Kealan McGay for presenting this these two legislation to this Naabik'íyáti committee and to this body. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and turn the round back over to the speaker. Damon, are you on the call?
I'm here, boss. I thought you were going to close it out. You can go ahead and close it out.
No, you opened it, you closed it, so I'll allow you to close it.
All right, thank you.
All
right, thank you. With that, thank you, Honorable. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you for taking over and making sure that this meeting happen and move forward. To the Navajo Nation veterans, thank you very much for first advisory council, Mr. Johnson and Ms. Brown, and then also to the agency commanders, Mr. Kiyomi. I know Ms. One Salt was speaking to as well. I heard earlier Mr. Platero out in Eastern, and Mr. Lee in Northern, and again Mr. Johnson out in Chinle. And I haven't met you, Mr. Goodman, but I hope to meet you soon. Thank you for your words and your expressions of what you all are feeling and wanting to make sure that you're expressing on behalf of the Chapter Veterans Organization. With that, Che, Honorable Kian on both legislations, you did have your work session today, and we did have staff standing by also on all those recommendations. We'll be working with you and reaching out on some of the recommendations, either whether it be for a public hearing or just some kind of Zoom conference out there going live, whether it be in a couple of agencies or all the agencies. We'll go ahead and make sure that there's technical assistance to that. So again, thank you to everybody that's on the line that did present here today. And thank you for having the adhering and listening colleagues, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Naabik'íyáti Committee. So with that, colleagues, I'm moving on down, as there was recommendations to the staff to go ahead and move forward, and then also recommendations back to the sponsor. We'll go ahead and item number 4, announcements, close of work session. I don't know if there's any announcements out right now, colleagues, but I know that there is a Navajo, Eastern Navajo Land Commission meeting tomorrow. I don't know if there's any other commission meetings, but I know that there's numerous of you who are having your individual meetings too as well, whether it be with your chapters, trying to get these ARPA dollars today solidified and getting them back together. So again, colleagues, if there's any announcements at this time, let me go ahead and turn the floor over. There's not. Colleagues, this work session is going to be officially adjourned then here at 5:21 p.m. Again, thank you to everyone for your input collectively, and thank you to the veterans for taking your time out and voicing your concerns here today. With that, colleagues, have a good evening, safe travels, everybody that's on the road, and thank you for Creator for all the weather that you're giving to us. Be careful out there. We'll see you when you see you. Go on it.
Thank you very much, Speaker.
Oh.